was the first man in U.S. history to hijack a plane for ransom. He leapt out of a commercial jet with a parachute, $200,000, and was never seen again, dead or alive. It's the only unsolved skyjacking case in commercial aviation history.
He was able to get away with the perfect crime.
I think he was just a sleazy, rotten criminal.
But to the public, he is a lasting legend. Who was D.B. Cooper? Did he survive?
And I still get emails from people telling me they know exactly who D.B. Cooper is.
Now, more than 45 years later, newly uncovered evidence could finally help unravel the mystery of D.B. Cooper. It's the eve of Thanksgiving, and people around the country are traveling to get home.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
In Portland, Oregon, a man under the name of Dan Cooper pays $20 for the 2:45 flight to Seattle-Tacoma. Flight 305 is one of the shortest journeys on Northwest Orient schedules, just half an hour in normal conditions. There are no security or identity checks on domestic flights.
So in 1971, it was possible to board an airplane carrying a gun, carrying a bomb, carrying knives, carrying weapons. Nobody checked. You could just get on and go as Dan Cooper did.
The slim man in his mid-40s is wearing mirrored sunglasses and dressed like a typical businessman.
You all set this? Welcome aboard, sir.
He takes his seat at the back of the plane. Stewardess Florence Schaffner takes his drink order.
Bourbon and 7 on the rocks, please.
Okay.
Copy, Portland departure, Northwest Orient 305, en route for 18.5.
On takeoff, the man hands Florence an envelope.
This is for you.
At first, she thinks he's flirting. But his insistent gaze persuades her to open the envelope. The note reads, "Miss, I have a bomb here and would like you to sit by me." The shocked stewardess asks the man if he's serious. She calls her colleague, Tina Mucklow. Inside the hijacker's briefcase, he reveals what appears to be a bomb. He holds the bare ends of 2 wires, threatening to blow up the plane unless his demands are met.
There's a man, he's sitting in the back, and he has a bomb.
We're en route to Seattle.
The hijacking is relayed to the control tower. Northwest Orient and the FBI are alerted.
An emergency before landing.
The dispatcher told me that there had been a hijacking of a Northwest airliner at Portland Airport, and to get there pronto.
Meanwhile, Cooper makes his demands.
I want $200,000 cash.
He wants $200,000 placed in a knapsack.
I want 4.
He also wants 4 parachutes, 2 main back chutes, and 2 safety front chutes.
Sure they don't do that.
The terrified attendant takes both notes forward to the captain. Later, Cooper will demand these notes back.
Be advised, we have a passenger that's hijacking
The description of the bomb makes the FBI conclude that the man is a serious threat. Agent Hemmelsbach advises Northwest Orient to cooperate.
Here's an airplane full of innocent people. They're hostages being held at a threat of their lives. So I said, well, whatever it takes, you do it if you can.
Long Easy 178 Echo.
Northwest Orient quickly agrees to the demands. FBI agents contact Seafirst Bank in Seattle. The bank provides money with pre-recorded serial numbers. The man, calling himself Dan Cooper, seems calm, sipping his bourbon while smoking his way through nearly half a pack of Raleigh cigarettes. Later, Florence Schaffner would even say that the man seemed rather nice.
Northwest 305, Roger.
Finally, the ransom money and parachutes arrive at the airport.
Sorry.
Copy. Brand 305.
Cooper insists that they taxi to a remote part of the runway. Cooper failed to specify the denomination of the ransom money, and the $200,000 is made up of $20 bills. It weighs 23 pounds. The passengers, still unaware of the threat, are released along with 2 attendants, including Florence Schaffner. The rest of the flight crew remains captive. The plane is refueled and cleared for takeoff.
Long Easy left base to runway 34. Northwest 305, runway 34, cleared for takeoff.
The hijacker demands that they fly at 10,000 feet with landing gear and flaps down. The plane's speed will be limited to around 200 miles per hour. He wants to fly to Mexico City,
Tina, we cannot make it to Mexico.
but there's not enough fuel on board.
We can't make it to Mexico City. It's too far.
The captain offers Reno or Phoenix.
Reno's nice. Let's go to Reno.
Seattle Center, Northwest.
The autopilot is set on flight path Victor 23,
To Reno.
which allows for low-altitude flying. Meanwhile, 2 Air Force jets shadow the plane. But they can't maintain such a low speed and have to circle around the hijacked plane. Cooper orders Tina Mucklow to join her colleagues in the cockpit. Tina notices that Cooper is tying something around his waist. She thinks he is attaching the bag of money to himself.
Captain, I have an indication of the aft stairway door has been opened.
Stairway door.
The warning light indicates that the rear door and stairs have been deployed.
Jump out.
A Boeing 727 is one of the only commercial planes with rear stairs. In 1971, there's nothing to stop them being deployed during flight. The crew are terrified that Cooper will jump, then detonate the bomb still on board.
Captain, we are losing pressure. We are losing cabin pressure.
Exactly what happens next has been in debate for over 45 years. The only clear fact is that Dan Cooper was never seen or heard from again. For years, the FBI recruits the public to help catch the thief, applying new technology to old evidence and even recreating the jump, in the hope of finally discovering the fate of D.B. Cooper. In the Seattle office of the FBI, Special Agent Larry Carr is taking a new look at the case of D.B. Cooper.
This is the only hijacking in the United States that has been unsolved. We have very long memories in the FBI, and we like to be 100% successful. So we're determined to do the best we can to solve the case.
Agent Carr is for the first time in FBI history recruiting the help of the public. These citizen sleuths have offered their services for free in the hope of finally solving the mystery of D.B. Cooper. Paleontologist Tom Kay is interested in Cooper's tie left on board. Microscopic fibers might prove where he lived.
We're hoping this will put us on the trail from where Cooper came from.
But first, the team scrutinizes every detail of the original investigation. By the time the hijacked plane lands in Reno, dozens of agents are already on the case.
Nobody believed that he was going to jump. And the fact that the plane arrived in Reno and he was not on it was surprising to everybody.
All that was recovered from the plane was a black tie and tie pin, a sports parachute, and an open safety chute, plus Cooper's cigarette butts. The glass he'd handled is mixed up with others and never identified. Everything else, it seems, Dan Cooper has taken with him. The ransom notes, the homemade bomb, and the money have all disappeared. Overnight, an FBI composite sketch is drawn from witness statements. Boeing aviation experts calculate Dan Cooper's drop zone. The plane was on autopilot, so the exact flight path is known. But exactly when did Dan Cooper jump? Agents pore over the captain's report. The most likely moment is when the pressure change was reported at around 8:10. Factoring in the strong westerly winds creates a huge search area of 28 square miles. At first light on Thanksgiving 1971, just outside Ariel, Washington, one of the biggest manhunts in U.S. history begins. Helicopters and spotter planes assist scores of FBI agents and National Guardsmen.
The military got involved with a number of troops, and the FBI had 30 to 40 agents involved in the search.
For weeks, the team combs the forest and farmlands around Ariel, but find nothing. Dead or alive, Dan Cooper has seemingly vanished.
When he got on a plane in Portland, Oregon last night, he was just another passenger who gave his name as D.A. Cooper. But today, after hijacking a Northwest Airlines jet, ransoming the passengers in Seattle, then making a getaway by parachute somewhere between there and Reno, Nevada, the description on one wire service, master criminal.
In one newspaper, the hijacker is mistakenly named D.B. Cooper.
We corrected him and told him the guy's name was Dan Cooper, but DB is catchier than Dan, so the name stuck with him forever.
Initially, the FBI concludes that the hijacker was probably an experienced parachutist.
The fact that he did jump certainly says that he is someone who is much more familiar with aircraft and with parachuting than the average person.
Agents check records of hundreds of ex-paratroopers and pilots in the hope of finding their man. Then, a breakthrough. Just months later, a second, almost identical skyjacking. Did D.B. Cooper strike again? On April 7th, 1972, a man under the alias James Johnson hijacks a United Airlines Boeing 727. He demands $500,000, 4 parachutes, and leaps out from the rear exit stairs somewhere over Utah. The hijacker might have gotten away with it had he not previously boasted to an acquaintance. He claimed that he could have done the D.B. Cooper heist, but would have asked for $500,000. On a tip, the FBI storms the home of Richard McCoy, an ex-Vietnam pilot, married with 2 small children. In a cupboard, they find a jumpsuit and a duffel bag filled with $500,000. McCoy is arrested on suspicion of both hijackings. But the FBI finds no evidence to connect McCoy with the Cooper crime.
McCoy's picture was shown to the witnesses that had interaction with D.B. Cooper and said, no, that's not him.
McCoy is found guilty of the United hijacking and sentenced to 45 years in state penitentiary. But the fact that he survived the leap from a commercial plane adds to growing opinion that D.B. Cooper also lived on. Then in 1980, after almost a decade of dead ends, a major breakthrough. On February 7th, Brian Ingram and his father, Dwayne, collect firewood on the banks of the Columbia River. Suddenly, Brian feels something buried in the sand.
Right when I come across the edge of it, it's like, you know, well, let me get this out of the way. What is this? This is junk, you know, and pulling it up out of there, and then it's like, wait a minute, what the heck do we have here?
The young boy uncovers 3 bundles of moldy cash, with the rubber bands still intact. The father and son turn it in to the FBI. Some of the bills are impossible to identify, but most in the middle of the bundle are legible. The serial numbers are checked against the money stolen by Dan Cooper. It's a match. $5,800 from the original $200,000 ransom money. But the new find confuses the FBI.
The money was outside of the area that we felt was the search area. So how it got there was something that we puzzled a little bit over and, of course, didn't have an answer to.
The money is found more than 20 miles outside Dan Cooper's drop zone and in the opposite direction from where the wind was blowing.
That pinpoint right there.
To add to the confusion, geologists determine that the money is sitting above an area dredged in 1974. It means that the bundles of cash arrived at least 3 years after the hijacking in 1971. The chances of it taking so long to travel via river seem implausible. Many people jump to the conclusion that Cooper returned to bury the money, perhaps to provoke the FBI. After digging up a huge area, the FBI finds no more money and no further clues. 9 years after the hijacking, the case remains unsolved. Over the years, the FBI have interviewed more than 1,000 suspects. But finding the infamous skyjacker has always eluded them. Then, in 2007, a new suspect emerges that seems particularly credible. The source is a New York private investigator, Skip Porteous. Porteous has been contacted by a man claiming to know the identity of D.B. Cooper.
I asked him, what's this all about? And he said, I know who D.B. Cooper was. And I said, how do you know that? And he said, well, I grew up with him. He was my brother.
Porteous finds a number of parallels between new suspect Kenneth Christensen and D.B. Cooper.
At the time of the Cooper hijacking, Kenneth Christensen was a flight attendant for Northwest Orient Airlines. He knew the planes and he knew the schedules.
In the early 70s, Christensen has some grievance over redundancies and pay cuts. At the time, he is making around $150 a week. Just a year after the 1971 skyjack, Christensen purchases a large South Washington house in cash. It's a huge amount to have saved from his modest paycheck. Christensen, like Cooper, is a bourbon drinker and a regular smoker. There's also a resemblance to the sketch of Dan Cooper. Florence Schaffner has shown Christensen's photograph.
She said it looks more like D.B. Cooper than any other photo she's ever seen.
But this evidence has not convinced the FBI.
He never admitted that he was Dan Cooper. It's just a relative saying, I think he's Dan Cooper, with nothing to show that he possibly is Dan Cooper.
Stories like Christensen's keep the D.B. Cooper legend alive, and the FBI on their toes. Retired FBI agent Frank Montoya Jr. led the D.B. Cooper investigation for several years.
In the course of an investigation, you keep pulling on threads, you keep following leads, you talk to people.
But every lead eventually reaches a dead end.
One by one, there would be information that basically said that there's no way that this could be the person.
All the evidence from the legendary D.B. Cooper case fits into this small box. The open parachute and pack, the tie and tie pin, the plane ticket, and samples of the recovered money are all that remains. The case is being re-examined in the hope that modern police methods can reveal new clues. Paleontologist Tom Kay is lending his services to the investigation and has become the lead citizen scientist. His examination of the tie reveals a new secret: small particles of pollen.
The pollen means that this is where this tie was in the spring, not in November when he jumped. If we could track the species of pollen, and these species are rare enough, it could tell us where he came from.
There are thousands of varieties of pollen. If the right one is identified, it could add a vital piece to a complex puzzle. But the most promising evidence remains the 3 bundles of ransom money found on the riverbank.
It's the only piece of the puzzle we have of what might have happened after he left the plane. So it tells its own story.
If Carr and his team determine how the money got there and when, it could help answer the most important question: did Cooper survive? In 1980, the FBI concluded that the money was sitting above a dredge layer and must have arrived after 1974. It led many to believe that Dan Cooper returned to bury the money. But Tom Kay is convinced that the money came out of the river and wasn't buried by human hands.
We examined the money found on the sandbar, and we noticed that it degraded the way a bar of soap would and rounded all the edges.
If the money was dry before being buried, it would have decayed in the same rectangular shape.
So it's pretty obvious to us that it was in the water before it became stranded on the sandbar.
If Tom is right, it means that Cooper couldn't have buried the money. Tom and his team visit the banks of the Columbia River, where the bundles of cash were found. Agent Carr joins them. Using land measurements, GPS, satellite, and archive photographs, the team make a major new discovery.
9 degrees.
They find the dredging of 1974 stopped 150 feet away from where the money was found.
That's 9 degrees again. So we believe now that the dredging sands did not interfere with the original burial of the money, and that the money got buried there within a few months after Cooper's daring jump.
If the money was not buried by Cooper and came out of the river within a few months, how did it travel over 20 miles from the drop zone? The new evidence points to one conclusion.
The only transport method that makes any sense is via water.
Did the bag of money land in a nearby river? Was it still attached to Dan Cooper? Did the hijacker have the skills to complete his mission? Back in 1971, the FBI spent thousands of man-hours looking for a suspect with aviation and skydiving expertise, but found nothing. Now, Larry Carr thinks they might have got it wrong.
When we started breaking down the actual events of the night, the choices he made, it started defining someone different than that picture.
Dan Cooper had brought no specialist clothing to make the daring night jump. And because he failed to specify the denomination of the ransom money, he carried extra weight.
That's 20 pounds of money attached to him. If he had asked for hundreds, he would have had around 5 pounds of money, a huge difference. But yet he didn't make those requests.
The man who packed the 2 main parachutes in 1971 is convinced that Dan Cooper was not a skydiver.
On that night, I provided 2 parachutes, one of them being an NB-8, which is the one I'm wearing, and the other was a Pioneer Sport parachute. He chose the NB-8, and I don't know why. The NB-8 is very uncomfortable, will open much harder. The ripcord is very flat. It's mixed in with a harness, so he couldn't probably even find the ripcord.
Cooper's choice of the NB-8 military parachute remains a hot subject of debate. Journalist Jeffrey Gray has been researching the Cooper case for years.
When I asked military experts and also FBI agents about the parachute, the consensus was that the military chute would have been the better choice because the airplane was going so fast that if you have a civilian chute, it would have shredded up in the air. And so Cooper actually chose the one he couldn't control, but he knew that would give him the best chance of survival, which was that old army green, rugged, conical chute.
Much was against Cooper that November night. Visibility was poor. wind factor was well below freezing, and Cooper had no goggles or gloves. These treacherous conditions didn't stop Cooper, but did he survive the jump? It was cold, windy, and dark on November 24th, 1971, on board the hijacked plane. The parachutes were delivered with a set of instructions. Dan Cooper told Tina Mucklow he wouldn't need them.
Why in the world would a guy jump with an NB-8 at night, going out of a 727, not knowing where he's getting out? It didn't make any sense to me.
This detail convinced many that Cooper was an experienced parachutist. Professional skydiver Troy Hartman is recreating Cooper's great escape. He is dressed as witnesses described to Dan Cooper. A 23-pound weight is added in a front pack, and he is asked to tumble to simulate the disorientation that Cooper might have felt in the dark. But Cooper's worst enemy can't be simulated: the cold.
Numerous times I've had the problem of not being able to get a good grip on the handle because it's cold. You start to panic, you start to do things faster than you would in normal conditions.
Troy remains convinced that Cooper knew enough to open his chute.
In its absolute simplest form, you need to pull a handle. And that old gear was designed to allow the parachute to come out even if you're tumbling. So I definitely think he got a parachute open.
But even if Dan Cooper deployed his chute, did he survive the landing? Scientist Tom Kay believes the 3 bundles of ransom money provide the best clue to solving Cooper's fate. Apart from the $5,800 found on the riverbank, none of the other bills were ever found in circulation. Tom is convinced that the bag of money, worth $1.2 million today, must have traveled by a river to where the 3 stacks of money were found.
The 3 bundles couldn't have traveled independently, yet ended up in the same place on the sandbar. This tells us that the bank bag was involved in the transport. It could have split open close to the sandbar, thereby increasing the odds that 3 out of the 100 bundles of cash would have ended up together in the same place.
If the bank bag ended up in the river, the money he risked his life to steal was never spent. But how exactly did the bag of money end up in the water? Tom examines the flight path and timing of the jump, recorded at approximately 8:10.
At this point, he's directly over the Lewis River. If the bank bag, which was being flailed by 200-mile-an-hour winds, detached from Cooper, it would have fallen directly below into the Lewis River.
The Lewis River is around 300 feet wide, with a fast current and rapids. It's possible that the money bag could make its way downstream. But Dan Cooper was protecting the money with his life. and with 30 feet of parachute cord, could have secured the bag. If Cooper did secure the bag and managed to deploy his chute, where would he have landed? D.B. Cooper requested 4 parachutes the night he hijacked a plane. His chosen parachute, the NB-8, unlike the sport chute, is not maneuverable. It would take him wherever the winds blew. Tom Kay believes that whatever altitude Cooper deployed, the westerly winds would carry him directly to his worst nightmare: water.
From our calculations, we can determine that if Cooper pulled his parachute right away, he would have had a long drift and likely ended up in Lake Merwin. If he waited and pulled a couple thousand feet above the ground, he would have ended up in the Lewis River.
Lake Merwin is a huge dam, which spills directly into the Lewis River. The low cloud cover and the non-maneuverable parachute would have given Cooper little, if any, chance of changing course. With near-freezing temperatures, the water would have been cold. Cold enough to kill.
When D.B. Cooper hit the water, like we believe he did, he would have only had a matter of minutes in that type of cold water to get off on shore at that point. Remember, he was laden with 20 pounds of money, he had a harness, and he had a long parachute attached to him at this point. So we think that his odds of survival would have been very low.
He used the poorer choice of equipment. The conditions were horrible. And the fact that we haven't found anything really leads me to believe that he died that night.
The semi-buoyant body would have moved down the fast-running river, some 20 miles to the Columbia. The 3 bundles of ransom cash were found just a few miles from where the Lewis and Columbia rivers meet. But there's a catch. These few miles are upriver, against its natural flow. Tom Kay offers a rational explanation. At the time, the Columbia River was one of the busiest shipping lanes in North America.
We believe it's possible that Cooper's body and the money became snagged up on one of these ships' propellers and it moved upstream with the ship. At some point, the violence of this ripped open the bank bag and spilled out the money.
Three of the 100 bundles subsequently found their way onto the shore before being covered by the shifting sands. But if this is true, what happened to Cooper's body? After nearly 5 decades, Tom Kay offers a comprehensive theory of what might have happened to Dan Cooper.
We've looked at the currents, and these tell us that within a few days, the Columbia River is going to suck up your body and spit it out into the ocean. So D.B. Cooper may be at the bottom of the ocean at this point, and we would never, ever be able to come up with his body.
But, dead or alive, the identity of the hijacker is still a mystery. The answer may be buried in the sparse evidence removed from the plane.
The best chance we have to solve the D.B. Cooper case is to find the 7 Raleigh filter-tip cigarette butts that the hijacker smoked throughout the hijacking. Embedded in the cotton fibers of the filters, there's a chance that Cooper's saliva could be there, and from that saliva, we could potentially have a genetic profile and finally close the case for good.
Just because somebody smoked a cigarette doesn't mean you're always going to pick up DNA.
The smoking gun for the FBI would be items that disappeared with Cooper that night.
And this is why we settled on the parachute and the money. Those things are tangible, and that really is what separates a very good investigation from something where we're just spinning our wheels. Is what is tangible, what can we prove, versus information that is just somebody's private fancy.
Tom Kay believes he knows what evidence is needed to convince people that the legendary Dan Cooper died that night.
Well, really what it's going to take to solve the D.B. Cooper case is D.B. Cooper's body. It's kind of like Bigfoot. You know, you can come up with lots of evidence, but until you have a dead body, you really haven't solved the case.
While probability now points to D.B. Cooper's death, without hard evidence, many people today still believe that he survived.
I say there's a good possibility that Dan Cooper survived the jump and is out there.
I do think that the hijacker survived the jump, and I think that whatever happened from that moment is probably really an awesome story.
After an exhaustive 45-year examination, the FBI suspended active investigation of the D.B. Cooper skyjacking case on July 8, 2016.
Given the time, 45 years or so, given the nature of the investigation, the kinds of leads that we were seeing essentially being recycled, unless somebody could come out of history with that parachute and that money, we recognized that there just was going to have to be an end, and so we decided to end it. I decided to end it.
But sometimes even closed FBI cases aren't abandoned forever. Fresh evidence could bust the case wide open. In August 2017, the FBI accepted new evidence found by a volunteer group of cold case detectives in the Pacific Northwest. A piece of foam suspected to have been a part of Cooper's parachute. The discovery came after a tip-off from an unidentified source claiming to have details about Cooper's escape. Citizen sleuths continue to play an important role in unraveling the mysteries of the D.B. Cooper case.
You know, the Cooper case is now nearly 50 years old, and as we approach this 50-year mile marker, I think it's crucial for people to know and be able to separate what the facts are and to have them look at the files themselves and help us.
The legend of D.B. Cooper paints him as a gentleman thief, that he stole $200,000 without hurting anyone, and leapt into the darkness and into history.
Dan Cooper, or D.B. Cooper, he did something that allows us, in a way, to vicariously live through him. You know, he was able to get away with the perfect crime. And that sort of appeals to us in a way, because if he can get away with the perfect crime, then we can get away with it too.
Whatever the truth, this is not the end of the story. With new leads constantly unfolding, it's more like a new beginning to solving the mystery of D.B. Cooper. It's the height of the Cold War. In New York, a man mysteriously falls from a hotel window. In Kentucky, a secret experiment feeds prisoners LSD for 2.5 months. In Montreal, a doctor delivers hundreds of electroshocks to his psychiatric patients. How far did the Central Intelligence Agency go to fight the new communist threat? Germ warfare, brainwashing, even murder? Will families of the victims ever know the truth? What's the real story behind the CIA's secret experiments? Manhattan, 1953, 2 a.m. on a chilly Thanksgiving weekend. The Statler Hotel on 7th Avenue. A man plunges to his death from the 13th floor. Night manager Armin Pastor is first to the scene.
I rushed out, and there I see a body lying next to this partition. I never expected him to be alive, but he was laying there looking at me, trying to speak to me. A very earnest look in his eyes, wide open.
Was it suicide or something more sinister? The man is 43-year-old Frank Olson, a biological weapons researcher for the Army at Fort Detrick, Maryland. What few yet know is that Frank Olson also worked for the CIA. Olson's subsequent death is just one mysterious piece in a far greater puzzle, one that would shock the average American had they only known. In the wake of World War II, the U.S. government is engaged in a large number of secret medical experiments designed to help win the Cold War. Exposing unknowing members of the public to biological and chemical agents. Developing techniques for mind control to create a so-called Manchurian candidate. Even planning assassinations on powerful third world leaders. What was the extent of these brainwashing experiments? How did the CIA become involved in such far-reaching and disturbing research? D-Day, the end of World War II, reveals the full extent of Nazi atrocities. In the concentration camps, medical research on captives includes experiments with their minds, as well as their bodies.
The Germans were doing an experiment at Dachau on things like hypnosis and the use of drugs for interrogation to try and find out ways of controlling people, of making people tell against their will.
An attempt to master the art of mind control. In the years that follow, the Cold War escalates at an alarming rate, with the superpowers competing for military and scientific supremacy. Espionage is the name of the game. The CIA embarks upon a multi-million-dollar, highly classified research program into the covert use of biological and chemical materials, an innocuous term for a frightening variety of unorthodox weapons. Bacteria to infect the enemy, poisons for assassinations, truth drugs for interrogations. Spearheading these undercover efforts is Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, head of the CIA's top secret chemical division. Gottlieb works closely with Army scientists at Fort Detrick, Maryland, developing biological weapons for the agency's use.
Included in the medicine chest at Fort Detrick would have been anthrax, the plague, brucellosis, all the major diseases.
In 1953, these special operations at Fort Detrick are headed up by Frank Olson. The week of Thanksgiving, Olson is in New York on a doctor's visit, but details are unclear. He never makes it home. His family learns of his death early Saturday morning. Olson's son, Eric, is 9 at the time.
And they basically said, you know, we have something we have to tell you, and proceeded to say that my father had fallen or jumped out of a window in New York City.
The story is as mystifying as it is devastating.
There were no details, absolutely none.
According to the medical report, Olson's neck and face are badly lacerated. At the funeral, the casket remains closed.
And the explanation there was that they said he was too badly injured to be seen.
Unbeknownst to the family, present at the funeral are two men from the CIA, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb and his deputy, Dr. Robert Lashbrook. There's something Olson's family doesn't yet know. Agent Lashbrook was in the New York hotel room when Olson fell out the window and died. The mysterious circumstances of Olson's death raise many questions. Some answers lie buried in his secret life, working for the CIA. Olson's specialty is aerosol delivery systems. But by 1953, his career has evolved into top-secret research into germ warfare and more. Together, the CIA and the Army's Special Operations plan experiments on the dispersal of their new biological weapons. More than once, they simulate an attack on an entire city. One target, the nation's most populous metropolis, New York. The intention, to evaluate how easy it is to poison a city by releasing bacteria into the subway system. Staff from Fort Detrick, posing as industrial contractors, position themselves over the subway vents. They surreptitiously drop harmless bacteria onto the tracks, while monitoring agents wait to take samples throughout the network. Turbulence from the trains quickly carries the germs through the tunnels, infecting the entire subway system in a matter of minutes. With a more lethal substance, a similar attack on an enemy city could be efficient and deadly. The CIA is not alone in its effort to develop new weapons against the communists. America forms a tripartite agreement with Canada and Great Britain, the three nations working together to win the Cold War. British research into biochemical warfare is carried out at the Army base in Porton Down, southwest England.
Porton Down led the world in biochemical research during the 30s and 40s. Porton Down knew about the attempt to infiltrate the subway system in New York. There was a constant exchange of information. It was very normal on any given day to find one or more American scientists at Porton Down.
In May 1953, scientists at Porton Down are researching one of the most lethal nerve agents known to man, sarin. The experiments are conducted on military volunteers, but the young servicemen have no idea what they are letting themselves in for.
And on the board there was a separate notice, typed, which said in so many words, volunteers wanted to help find a cure for the common cold. Those taking part will receive extra pay.
By volunteering, Ken Earl becomes an unsuspecting guinea pig in the war against the Soviets. On May 4th at Porton Down, he and 5 other Air Force men are led into a small room by 2 technicians.
We were told by the 2 men to roll up the left sleeve so the left arm was exposed. These 2 men then took 2 pieces of material and they taped them to our forearm. They then gave us each a respirator and that we were not, under any circumstances, to take off the respirator. And the door was sealed behind us. It was very, very pokey, a small building. And I found out since it was a gas chamber, which puts the fear of death into you, of course. And this technician, with a vial and a pipette, went round each of us. And he dripped onto this piece of material 20 drops in 2 rows. And it was a colorless liquid, and I didn't know what it was. I didn't question it.
The clear liquid is sarin nerve agent. It is quickly absorbed into the arm through the skin. The effects are immediate.
I became absolutely claustrophobic. I didn't know what sheer terror there is in being trapped and not being able to breathe properly. You feel you can't breathe. I was sweating profusely. And I felt so ill. And I now, even today, have nightmares about it. After half an hour, we were released, gasping and spluttering and sweating into the open air. Beautiful sunny May morning. Absolute bliss. What a wonderful thing to be alive.
The corresponding paperwork clearly states the purpose of the experiment is to determine the lethal dose of sarin. They quickly get their answer.
2 days later, another group of 6 had exactly the same thing done to them. But sitting in my seat was a young 20-year-old called Ronald Madison. And, quite frankly, he was dead within 45 minutes, the most hideous death anybody can ever have. Foaming at the mouth, an ambulance driver described it as like frog spawn coming out of his mouth. Terrible death.
Based on the dates in his passport and known previous visits to Porton Down, there is a good chance that Frank Olson witnesses this fatal experiment. According to investigative reporter Gordon Thomas, Olson voices his concerns to a man named William Sargent.
Dr. Sargent was the most eminent psychiatrist in Britain. He ran the Department of Psychological Medicine in St. Thomas's Hospital.
During the Cold War, Sargent's expertise is sought by both British and American intelligence.
He would decide whether one of our agents, one of MI5 or 6 agents, was okay, whether you're going to blow the whistle or not.
Frank Olson tells Sargent what he's seen at Porton Down.
And he told him, I've seen things that shouldn't be going on.
Sargent apparently has doubts about Olson. Can the Americans still be trusted with top-secret research of the Cold War? Concerns that highly sensitive information would be leaked to U.S. enemies permeates the CIA.
There was a real fear in the CIA that the communists had ways of doing things, of interrogating people, of making people act against their will, that could be breakthroughs.
To combat the new threat, the CIA launches its own quest to master the art of mind control.
They were looking for ways to manipulate and control human behavior. They looked at chemical substances. They looked at things like electroshock.
One drug in particular catches their attention: lysergic acid dithylamide, better known as LSD.
The hope was you could use these drugs to soften up somebody for interrogation, or you could use them offensively for mind control programming and getting somebody set up for operations.
10 years before its recreational heyday, LSD becomes the focus of the CIA's quest for the perfect truth drug. There's just one hitch: how to find suitable subjects.
So they found street people, they found prostitutes, they found prisoners, they found minorities to whom the CIA at the time did not put as much value on their lives as other people.
At the Federal Addiction Research Center in Lexington, Kentucky, Dr. Harris Isbell is contracted by the CIA to study the effects of prolonged exposure to LSD. His subjects are incarcerated heroin addicts, mostly African American.
The deal down there was unbelievably gauche. They had prisoner volunteers who came in, and they would be given LSD as part of the experimentation, and then as a reward given heroin.
In one experiment, prisoners are kept on increasing doses of LSD for 77 straight days. Even Dr. Isbell himself is amazed that such high quantities of narcotic can be tolerated for so long.
A lot of these things just violate any kind of common sense and basic medical ethics. That you would think it would be impossible that doctors would do experiments on drug addicts, giving them hallucinogens, and then as a reward for participation, they would get more drugs of addiction. But these things actually happen. They're absolutely documented.
These tests use incarcerated volunteers who know they are taking a drug. The CIA has a different mission in mind: to test the drugs covertly.
You might give it to a Russian diplomat at a cocktail party, and you wanted to see how he'd react. Could you recruit him after he'd been given LSD? So unwitting testing was the name of the game.
The CIA establishes safe houses in Manhattan and San Francisco. They enlist prostitutes to lure in possible suspects and slip them LSD. Local gangsters are used as guinea pigs to represent enemy agents with secrets to share. The agency listens in, hoping the combination of girls and drugs will get the men to talk. Narcotics agent Ira Feldman is responsible for finding those unwitting subjects.
We got prostitutes to come in and speak to these guys. And these prostitutes would put something, which I found out later on was LSD, into the drink and make them talk. And 10, 15 minutes later, they'd be spilling their guts, whether it be state secrets or narcotics or murder.
But at the height of the Cold War, interrogating domestic gangsters is just a practice run. The real challenge lies in field operations overseas, on the fringe of the Iron Curtain. In occupied Germany, the CIA hones its techniques for getting at the truth. The potential victims for interrogation are endless. Defecting scientists with valuable information to share. Suspected double agents selling secrets to the communists. All are fair game for the CIA.
A person would be taken to a safe house in a secure location. They would be kept there for a period of at least days. They might have sleep and food deprivation. They would have possibly alcohol, barbiturates, hallucinogens, and other medications administered. And then a variety of interrogation techniques would be applied.
In order to fully test these techniques, the agency must pursue the interrogations to the bitter end.
There was an expression the CIA was using called terminal experiments, which were experiments that would lead to death or vast injury to the person.
Among those who witnessed these experiments is Fort Detrick scientist Frank Olson. His passport shows several trips to Germany, including summer 1953. He is deeply disturbed by what he sees. On his way home through England, Olson visits once more with intelligence consultant William Sargent.
To quote what Sargent told me, Frank was very different when he came back that time. He was quite aroused, in a sense, angry, upset.
William Sargent is convinced the CIA now has a serious problem. He believes secrets from the Cold War are no longer safe in the hands of Frank Olson. Summer 1953, Cold War paranoia grips America. In Europe, Frank Olson witnesses extreme interrogations at the hands of the CIA. His British confidant, William Sargent, no longer thinks Olson can be trusted.
Frank Olson had an incredible storehouse of knowledge about top secret matters concerning biological weapons and substances. And as such, he would have been a person who there would have been great concern if he had started to talk publicly.
As head of mind control research, Sidney Gottlieb is the one man who knows the full extent of Olson's knowledge. If Olson's been sharing state secrets, Gottlieb needs to know. He decides to conduct a little experiment of his own. Deep Creek Lodge in Maryland, Wednesday, November 18th, 1953. Frank Olson and 6 colleagues from Special Operations at Fort Detrick attend a clandestine meeting. They are joined by counterparts from the CIA, including Sidney Gottlieb and his deputy, Robert Lashbrook. According to CIA documents, after dinner on Thursday night, Gottlieb slips a small amount of LSD into a bottle of Cointreau.
So according to Gottlieb, when I met him, they were concerned that what if a scientist was kidnapped by the communists, and what if the enemy drugged that scientist? You know, would he be forthcoming? And they were going to test this by staging a scientific meeting and drugging the participants. And that my father was just one of a number who got this drug.
Allegedly, all but 2 of the scientists present are drugged unwittingly. 20 minutes later, Gottlieb tells them what he's done, and the meeting gradually deteriorates as the narcotic takes effect. But what happens after that remains disputed. Some believe Olson is interrogated. When Olson returns home, he is profoundly affected.
He wasn't hallucinating or anything remotely like that. He was simply somber and was upset. He used that phrase that he'd made a terrible mistake and he had decided he wanted to quit his job.
Instead of accepting Olson's resignation, his boss sends him to New York for psychiatric counseling. He's accompanied by Robert Lashbrook from the CIA. But the attending doctor, Harold Abramson, is not a psychiatrist. He's an allergist. He's been experimenting with LSD for the CIA's mind control research. The doctor's notes show several meetings with Olson over the course of the week. On the Friday evening, Olson calls home to his wife, Alice.
He said he was feeling much better. He just wanted to reassure her and said he'd, look forward to seeing her the next day.
But at 2 o'clock on Saturday morning, Frank Olson falls from the 13th floor of the hotel to the sidewalk below. The CIA claims it is suicide. They offer no explanation to the family, but secretly conclude it was triggered by the LSD given 9 days previously. If William Sargent was right, and Frank Olson was a security threat to the agency, his death silences him forever. The secrets of the CIA's experiments remain safe for the time being. After the Korean War, disturbing new intelligence reaches Washington. Hundreds of American troops are still being held captive, subjected to brainwashing experiments, and then killed. Mind control research back home intensifies. The new goal is to cause an individual to become subservient to an imposed control, to the point where he will perform acts against his will, and then have no memory of the act. The search for a real-life Manchurian candidate begins. In the 1962 Hollywood classic, The Manchurian Candidate, directed by John Frankenheimer, a hypnotized soldier is programmed to assassinate a presidential candidate. Like a clip from the movie, the CIA attempts to create its own Manchurian assassins using hypnosis and drugs.
You create this new identity inside that's hidden from the main part of the person by an amnesia barrier. And then using an access code, you can call out this new identity for whatever mission purpose.
To produce such an assassin, the CIA faces 2 main challenges: how to induce amnesia and how to program in new behavior. In 1957, Dr. Ewan Cameron, an eminent psychiatrist in Montreal, believes he has the answers.
The agency sought him out because they had noticed his work, in particular with 2 techniques, intensive electroshock and what he called psychic driving.
Cameron applies his techniques under the guise of normal therapy.
It's hard to say just how awful and horrendous what Cameron proposed and what our government financed was. There's a 3-part technique which started with an effort to wipe out past patterns of behavior. And this was accomplished through the use of particularly intensive, repeated, high-level electroshocks until no more convulsions could be elicited from a patient.
Cameron then plays tape-recorded messages through helmets that are locked to his patients' heads. This forces them to listen to repetitive statements for weeks on end to program in new behavior.
And then the final phase was to try to wipe out all recollection of what had happened. And that was accomplished by putting people to sleep for 30, 40 days, accompanied by different kinds of cocktails of drugs. Now, that's not any kind of therapy. That's a brainwashing experiment.
For 4 years, the CIA fully funds Cameron's work, hoping to use his techniques to create a Manchurian candidate. Psychiatrists throughout the nation, at hospitals, prisons, and some of the top universities, are similarly on the agency's payroll. Every possible brainwashing technique is explored. One in particular consumes the agency for years: hypnosis.
One of the things the CIA was looking for was, could you give a person an order under hypnosis to assassinate someone else? That would have been a Manchurian candidate.
But the assassin must not remember his act.
You could take an ordinary person off the street, put him through basic training, and get him to go out in the field and shoot the enemy. The purpose of the hypnosis is not to get the person to go pull the trigger. It's so that they don't remember, so that if they're captured and interrogated, they can't talk about it.
In 1968, an assassination takes place that seems to resemble a Manchurian operation. According to some, it is the work of a programmed assassin hypnotized by the CIA.
Thanks to all of you, and now it's on to Chicago, and let's win there.
June 4th, 1968, election night in the California Democratic primary. It's midnight, and Senator Robert Kennedy delivers his victory speech in the Ambassador Hotel. He's ushered out through the crowded pantry. Suddenly, shots are fired. "26 hours later, Kennedy is pronounced dead. As the gunman, 24-year-old Sirhan Bishara Sirhan, is led away, several witnesses notice his trance-like demeanor.
He seemed to be in a daze. He didn't recollect any of the details of what he had just performed, and he couldn't explain it. He was told what he had done, and he was bewildered.
Conspiracy theorists latch on to Sirhan's alleged memory loss. They are convinced Sirhan's a Manchurian candidate, hypnotized by the CIA to assassinate Kennedy. The culmination of 2 decades of mind control research. But why would the CIA want Robert Kennedy dead? Sirhan's attorney believes there are 3 motives. Number 1, Vietnam.
Bob Kennedy was diametrically opposed to the war in Vietnam. The ending of the war in Vietnam would have gone adversely to the bottom lines of some of the major corporate entities in the United States who were making fortunes on that war.
Reason number 2, Cuba.
Bob Kennedy himself had come to the conclusion that the time was ripe for a deal to be done with Castro in Cuba. And that was not making him very popular.
And finally, his own brother's death.
He was going to reopen the investigation of the assassination of his brother. That was making a lot of people edgy.
Was Sirhan's mind hacked? Had he been hypno-programmed by the CIA? Before Sirhan's trial, psychiatrist Bernard Diamond examines him many times and believes he was being controlled by the CIA through hypnosis.
That girl, I followed her. She led me to a dark place.
And Diamond was convinced that he was programmed. And this programming was very intensive and very, very deep into his psyche. And it has remained with him to this day. To this day, he doesn't know what happened.
Programmed amnesia is the key ingredient to a Manchurian operation. Sirhan also claims he's been hypnotized before. He'd recently been studying the Rosicrucians, an ancient mystical order devoted to self-improvement. Hypnosis is one of the tools they teach for focusing the mind inward.
Sirhan Sirhan described some self-hypnosis meditation type exercises, and his journals have a lot of repetition, RFK must die, RFK must die, which looks to me like trance state repetition, focusing on the mission, focusing on the mission, focusing on the mission.
The hypnotized Sirhan allegedly pulls out his gun on cue, but does not fire the fatal shot.
And you have to understand, there's so much pandemonium. It's almost as though Sirhan was programmed to distract the entire group that was there, allowing someone to do what had to be done in terms of actually killing Kennedy by shooting him in the back of the head.
Ballistics evidence seems to support this claim. Kennedy is struck by 3 bullets, all fired from the rear. The fatal shot is fired within inches of his skull, but Sirhan never gets that close.
There's no account that pushes him any closer than 3 or 4 feet away from Bob Kennedy in the front of him.
Adding to the alleged evidence for a conspiracy is the number of bullets fired. Kennedy is struck 3 times. 5 bystanders are also hit, but several more bullet holes are identified in the doors and ceiling, suggesting at least 10 shots are fired. Sirhan's pistol, a .22 caliber, only holds 8 rounds. More than 8 bullets would require a second gun. Historian Mel Ayton has spent years investigating the assassination. He believes that Sirhan could have shot Kennedy at close proximity from behind, even while standing 3 feet in front of the senator.
When Kennedy was moving through with the crowd through the pantry, he turned to his left to shake hands with the kitchen workers.
Kennedy reaches across with his right arm, presenting Sirhan with the right side of his body as a target.
And then Robert Kennedy was shot under the armpit because obviously his right arm was being raised as a defensive reaction. And then the arc of the gun was pursuing Kennedy's head as Kennedy was going down.
To determine the number of bullets fired, Ayton sends acoustics expert Steve Barber a copy of the only complete audio recording to exist of the assassination.
All of a sudden I hear pop, pop, pop. And then a blood-curdling, high-pitched female scream just after the shots.
2 unidentified thumps occur just 3 seconds before the first pop.
I rule thump number 1 completely out. It sounds like the microphone has bumped into something. Thump number 2, I think, is either a door banging into a wall or a balloon exploding.
A graph of the recording clearly shows a spike each time the gun is fired.
Distinctly, 8 bullets were fired. If the conspiracists believe there are more than 8 gunshots, then they're going to have to explain the lack of those gunshots being captured on this recording.
There is no doubt in Ayton's mind that Sirhan was the lone assassin, and the CIA had nothing to do with it. By 1968, after investing millions of dollars, the agency abandons its research into programming a hypnotized assassin, concluding it can never work.
You do not relinquish your will. You do not become a dupe, a patsy, or a mindless automaton, despite some public beliefs that this may be the case.
In 1972, Sidney Gottlieb terminates the agency's research into the biological and chemical control of human behavior, citing its decreasing relevance to covert operations. The American public remains oblivious that the CIA's mind control program ever existed. But that is about to change. On June 11, 1975, the Washington Post reports on a civilian scientist who was unwittingly given LSD and jumped from a Manhattan hotel window. No names are mentioned, but the Olsons immediately recognized the story of their father's death 22 years before. The source for the article describing Frank Olson's death is the Rockefeller Commission report. Triggered by Watergate, it's a presidential inquiry into illegal domestic activities by the CIA. The Olsons decide to sue the agency for their father's wrongful death.
And within 10 days, we were sitting in the Oval Office of the White House getting an apology from Gerald Ford himself.
The family received $750,000 for Frank Olson's death. Spurred by the media reports, Congress launches its own investigation into the CIA, chaired by Senator Frank Church. Sidney Gottlieb and Robert Lashbrook are summoned to testify.
Had a hypnotist do some experiments, primarily to see what the limitations of hypnosis might be. Can you make a person do something under hypnosis that he would not ordinarily do?
The revelations are staggering. 80 institutions have been contracted by the CIA for mind control research, costing taxpayers the equivalent of nearly $40 million today. The committee concludes the agency demonstrated a fundamental disregard for the value of human life. Former CIA Director Richard Helms reveals that in 1973, he instructed Sidney Gottlieb to destroy all records pertaining to the mind control experiments. But some documents managed to escape the shredder.
You can be sure in any government agency there's always an accountant somewhere who has got an extra set of the documents, and the financial records included program descriptions and project proposals.
Among the files released by the agency are several internal memos written immediately after Frank Olson's death. The documents describe the incident at Deep Creek Lodge as a mild experiment using a very small dose of LSD, targeting all but 2 of the men at the meeting. Apparently, no one had an abnormal reaction to the drug. But there's also a memo from CIA consultant Harold Abramson, who saw Olson the following week. According to him, the experiment had in fact been designed specifically to trap Frank Olson. The contradictions plague Eric Olson for many years. He is convinced there was foul play at hand. In his quest for answers, he finally turns to the one man he knows he can trust, his father.
When the backhoe started digging, and it was early June morning, 1994, I thought, yes, finally, we're gonna open this thing up.
Supervising the exhumation is forensics expert, Professor James Stars.
The body was, as I would say, in unusually well-preserved condition.
One thing is immediately apparent.
There were no lacerations evident on his face and head.
This is in direct contrast to the medical report and the story told to the Olsons. There was something else the CIA didn't want the family to see. What is present, but not mentioned in the medical report, is a large bruise above the left eye. But Olson hit the ground feet first, and then fell backwards.
Could have been that someone did, as we anticipated initially, cosh him, hit him on the head, rendering him unable to protect himself, and then did the inevitable, threw him out the window.
If true, then Frank Olson was murdered. During his investigation, Eric Olson makes an alarming discovery. The same year Frank Olson dies, the CIA publishes its first assassination manual.
And that assassination manual specified the ideal way in which you murder somebody, but you make it look like an accident. And the best way, they said, to do this was from a fall from a high window, at least 75 feet. And they said you should stun the subject, that's the verb, stun the subject before dropping them with a blow to the temple above one of the eyes.
The pattern was identical in every respect to what we found and what we interpreted from the remains of Dr. Olson.
I think that Frank Olson was intentionally, deliberately, with malice aforethought, thrown out that window.
But investigative reporter John Marks disagrees.
I spent an incredible amount of time researching this question. I never found any evidence at all that Olson was pushed out that window.
I think you have to face the facts here that when you're doing this kind of government illegal, immoral, top secret work, you have to be prepared to face the consequences, which include disposal of problematic people. Well, what other cover story can you tell besides suicide?
Frank Olson's children say that when they first learned LSD had led him to his death, they were relieved that suicide was not really his idea. Then they became angry. They are still angry.
Over 60 years after Frank Olson's death, his sons Eric and Niels Olson continue to seek justice for their father.
We intend to sue the Central Intelligence Agency for the wrongful death of my father. In so doing, we hope the full story of Frank Olson's death will emerge.
The court case, filed in November 2012, accused the CIA of concealing the truth about their father's death in 1953. If the court challenged the CIA to open its files, the Olsons might find the missing pieces to the puzzle. The Olson family argued that their prior settlement was received under a false assumption, that the CIA had provided all relevant documents surrounding Frank Olson's death. But after months in deliberation, in 2013, U.S. District Judge James E. Boasberg ruled that the case must be dismissed. The $750,000 settlement received in 1975 and the decade's delay in filing the suit left Boasberg unable to process the case any further. The Olson family could not sue the U.S. government. In the fight against communism, the government sacrificed the rights of many individuals, including Frank Olson and his family.
During the Cold War, it seemed that almost everything was justified, and if you were against it, you weren't patriotic.
In the climate of the Cold War, or in all of human history, the basic motto is war is hell. And you've got to do a lot of bad stuff, and a lot of people die and get hurt. But we justify it because we need to do what we need to do to protect America. This is the bind that we're in as a culture. What can we justify in the name of national security? Can we justify medical atrocities? Apparently.
It is a dark chapter in America's history, the full details of which we may never know. On July 8, 1947, the U.S. Army claimed to have found a flying saucer.
I have to believe this was something from another civilization.
But within hours, they retracted the statement. More than 70 years later, the debate is still raging.
You truly are dealing with something off the planet.
It's right out of a 1950s science fiction movie.
Did the U.S. military recover extraterrestrial beings and their spaceship? If true, the U.S. government has kept one of the greatest secrets in history, that we are not alone in the universe.
It's the most important story of the millennium.
At the largest gathering of UFO witnesses ever, believers call on the U.S. government to expose the truth. What really happened at Roswell? In the summer of 1947, rancher Mac Brazel came across some unusual debris in one of his fields. Brazel loaded his truck with some of the material and drove 75 miles to Roswell, New Mexico.
That's what it is. It's light, but thin. You can't move it.
He took it to show Sheriff George Wilcox. While he was there, local radio reporter Frank Joyce called in to see if the sheriff had any good stories.
Yeah, Sheriff Wilcox, this is Frank Joyce. How's it going?
The officer passed the phone to Mac Brazel. He told the radio reporter that he might have found the remains of a flying saucer.
I thought, I have a real crank here, a guy who has picked up some information about something, and he's got it all wrong, you know? This was a hoax.
Myself, I don't believe in it.
To get rid of the likely hoaxer, Joyce told him to get in touch with the military.
Welcome back. This is Frank Joyce with KGFL, Roswell, New Mexico.
2 days later, Frank Joyce received a visitor. It was Lieutenant Walter Hote, press officer for America's only nuclear bomb squad, the 509th, stationed at Roswell.
He owed me a story. I had complained to him recently about he had given a story to somebody else, and I'd been left off the list. So he brings this in. I picked it up, and as I glanced, I knew instantly it was the man on the phone.
The press release stated that the U.S. Army Air Corps had recovered a flying disc from a ranch north of Roswell. Frank Joyce drew only one conclusion.
The U.S. Army Air Corps says they have a flying saucer. It's got to be from outer space.
Joyce broadcast the extraordinary story to his local audience. It was possibly the biggest news scoop of all time.
It's still the only time in the history of the United States where the government has said, we've got a flying saucer.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
The release revealed a few other details. It stated that a local couple had seen an unusual craft in the sky on July 2nd. Major Jesse Marcel had recovered the debris, and it was now being taken to higher military headquarters. The incredible story was quickly picked up by the Associated Press and released around the world.
As soon as this story came out, all hell broke loose. New York calls, London calls. God, the world wanted to know about this.
Just 2 weeks prior, the world was introduced to the idea of flying discs or flying saucers. On June 24th, a respected pilot, Kenneth Arnold, reported seeing 9 objects flying over Mount Rainier, like saucers skipping over a pond.
Well, at about 2:15, I took off from Chehalis, Washington, and I noticed to the left of me a chain which looked to me like the tail of a Chinese kite. They looked something like a pie plate that was cut in half with a sort of a convex triangle in the rear.
Even though Arnold described the craft as having bat-like wings, the image of a flying saucer lodged with the public, and the term stuck. Over the next few weeks, hundreds of sightings of these flying saucers were reported. News that one had been recovered near Roswell gave Americans hope that they would soon have answers. What were these craft? How did they travel so fast? And were they from this world or another?
I don't believe that it was anything belonging to the United States. I don't believe it was anything belonging to Russia.
The news of the recovery was important enough that FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover asked to be kept informed. The mystery material was flown to Fort Worth, Texas for analysis. 4 hours later, Base Commander General Roger Ramey called a press conference. He told the media that contrary to earlier reports, the debris was from nothing more than a weather balloon, and certainly not a flying saucer. Major Marcel, who had collected the material, posed with the mundane-looking debris. The public quickly accepted the military's explanation.
Most people don't realize that back 60 years ago, things were a lot different than they are today. If you were told by the government that it was a pink elephant, you would accept that.
Overnight, one of the greatest headline stories became nothing but a footnote. And it may have remained just a blip on the radar if it weren't for one eyewitness whose testimony would reopen the Roswell case and shock the world.
So,
Tell me what happened back in 1947.
In late 1978, a UFO researcher was introduced to retired Major Jesse Marcel, the intelligence officer who'd collected debris from the original crash site.
I went down and visited him when I was in Florida, got firsthand testimony from him, sitting closer than you and I are right now. And it was very impressive.
They told me
Marcel declared that there had been a cover-up.
a weather balloon that had crashed up there.
He said that the weather balloon material shown to the press had been switched. What he'd found in Roswell in 1947 was not from this planet.
This foil-like material that you could fold and fold and fold again, it would unfold on its own. Memory metal. Very thin, very lightweight. You couldn't cut it. The I-beams, the weight of balsa wood, but it wouldn't burn. This stuff wouldn't cut. Had strange symbols on it.
I don't know what it was. Maybe it was a spaceship. Maybe there were aliens out there. I don't know. But I know it wasn't a weather balloon.
I had no idea you had connected. Stanton Friedman searched for more eyewitnesses.
Over the next 2 years, we found 62 people connected with Roswell.
The resulting book, The Roswell Incident, painted a very different picture from the Army's weather balloon story. It involved a crashed spaceship, alien bodies, and a ruthless government cover-up that inspired a nationwide obsession. Today, Roswell, New Mexico is the UFO capital of the world. Every year, thousands descend on the town to pay homage to the home of E.T. Toys and T-shirts depict the aliens believed to have landed here in 1947. A museum is dedicated to maintaining the integrity of the Roswell legend. While some come out of curiosity, most ufologists are convinced that the government has been hiding the evidence of E.T. for 70 years. One survey in 2012 found that 77% of Americans believe aliens have visited Earth. Self-proclaimed UFO investigators, like Dennis Balthasar, have been coming here for years to try to piece together the Roswell enigma.
Something happened here in 1947 that was covered up.
No single piece of physical evidence from the 1947 crash has ever surfaced publicly. Declassified documents hadn't revealed any compelling evidence. But then, on June 24th, 1997, the United States Air Force broke their silence on the Roswell controversy.
And now this from the Pentagon. 50 years after a mysterious something landed in the Arizona desert, the Air Force has issued a 231-page report on what's become known as the incident at Roswell. But the report seems to raise just as many questions as it tries to answer.
The report only enraged ufologists, as they argued it was full of inconsistencies. UFO campaigners must rely almost solely on individual testimony. Together, these witness accounts shape the Roswell legend. Since 1978, over 100 witnesses have been persuaded to talk about their experience in Roswell.
The witnesses, to me, are key. Those are key ingredients to solving this. Now, getting the witnesses to talk is a different story.
Many of them, like George Newling, offer little more than glimpsed memories.
What I seen, it wasn't made in this world.
17-year-old Private Newling was working on B-29s at Roswell in 1947 when he remembers catching sight of something he thinks was part of a spaceship.
The first thing that caught my eye was this object that was in the bomb racks, and it was the color that fascinated me. It was a gray, but nothing I've ever seen then or before or after.
Testimonies like this, made decades after the event, have been pieced together to tell the Roswell legend in a series of sensational books. postman turned UFO author, Don Schmitt, has been following the Roswell mystery for nearly 3 decades. His numerous books on the subject have made him one of the key champions of the legend. Schmitt's witnesses have convinced him that the government actually recovered a flying saucer back in 1947.
All of our witnesses are telling us it was the first press release. That was the correct one. They recovered the flying saucer.
Thanks to these accounts, the UFO community often cites Roswell to be the best proof that extraterrestrials have been here, but they face a wall of scientific disagreement.
Eyewitness accounts are completely unreliable, and we know this from a huge amount of research done in the 1990s following the false memory, recovered memory business of people recovering memories of things that happened decades before that in fact never happened.
The legend begins with why aliens noticed Earth in the 1940s. In 1945, the first atomic bomb exploded, creating a flash that could be seen from outer space.
I think they were here to scope out the activity here. You'd want to find out about the military?
Other Roswell champions think the aliens had come here to save us.
Maybe they came to help us. Roswell is less than 100 miles from where the atomic bomb was set off 2 years before the incident happened. Were they sitting out there wondering what are these clowns up to? Are they going to self-destruct?
Don Schmitt has interviewed military witnesses who recalled monitoring UFOs in New Mexico in June 1947.
We had talked to one of the radar operators up at Kirtland Army Airfield up in Albuquerque at that time, and admitted to us that they had tracked a number of unknowns throughout the state, a number of days leading up to the actual incident.
On Independence Day, 1947, the rancher who found the debris, Mac Brazel, recalled there being a violent electrical storm. Between the thunderclaps, Brazel told friends he might have heard some kind of explosion. The Roswell story tells that one of the alien spaceships was struck by lightning, causing major damage. Debris from the spaceship fell onto Mac Brazel's field before crashing into the ground 35 miles away.
So when did you say you found it?
I just drove out and it was all over the place like this.
Once the story reached the Roswell Army Airfield, 2 intelligence officers were dispatched to evaluate and collect the debris. Major Jesse Marcel and Captain Sheridan Cavett filled several sacks with the material. That night, Major Marcel took some of the debris home and showed it to his 11-year-old son, Jesse Jr.
And when I walked in, I thought, well, why are you waking me up just to look at some garbage here? And he says, no, I look at this carefully because this is not anything you'll ever see again. And he says, I think this is parts of what they call flying saucers.
In the meantime, they've also learned that there's another site much closer to town, also based on civilian testimony.
A now-dead witness, Jim Ragsdale, professed to have been with his girlfriend when he saw the spaceship crash 50 miles northwest of Roswell. In an affidavit, Ragsdale described how the military quickly arrived and removed both the crashed alien spaceship and its dead crew.
North of town, they are loading onto a flatbed and loading into ambulance trucks the remains of a ship and crew.
According to Ragsdale's testimony, 4 extraterrestrial bodies were found in the wreckage. The aliens were said to be small, with large heads and huge eyes.
We have talked to witnesses who are first-hand witnesses, second, third, fourth-hand witnesses. Their stories pretty well collaborate. The description of the bodies that were found.
Oh, it's probably just a way.
Radio reporter Frank Joyce remembers that Mac Brazel told him there were alien bodies at the first debris site.
The key question I asked him was, look, were there any passengers? He said, yes, there were little people. They were not human, and they were dead. In other words, he had some dead aliens out there.
If any of these reports were accurate, A crashed alien craft and its dead crew were now in the hands of the U.S. military. Several witnesses claim the military then took the debris and bodies to Hangar 84 at Roswell's Army Airfield.
I have interviewed a witness who claims to have seen a body in the hangar where the debris was taken prior to being shipped to Wright Field up in Ohio.
Wright-Patterson Airfield in Ohio is a top-secret military base for examining enemy aircraft. Only secondhand testimony exists of alien materials being flown there, but it has become an accepted part of the Roswell legend. Back in Roswell, eyewitnesses like Jim Ragsdale testified that there was a huge recovery operation.
50 to 60 troops are up at the debris field on hands and knees, shoulder to shoulder, picking up every last shard of that wreck.
Yeah, that's good.
The Roswell defenders also claim that the military ransacked media offices as part of the cover-up.
We have numerous accounts from the radio stations as well as the newspapers describing how military MPs went from office to office, confiscating, ransacking desks and file cabinets.
UFO promoters report that a number of witnesses, like rancher Mac Brazel, were threatened to keep the story quiet.
And when he's finally allowed to return home, he's sworn to secrecy. He was, by all accounts, a broken man. It's quite clear that the government resorted to very extreme measures in keeping this quiet.
The Roswell legend only came to life in the late 1970s, 30 years after the fact. But strangely, it follows almost the exact same storyline as a 1950s UFO hoax. Coincidence or not? In 1945, Americans faced a much greater threat than extraterrestrials. The fear of a nuclear war was suddenly very real.
The Cold War was upon us. We were deathly afraid of the Russians and hydrogen bombs and attacks of all sorts.
Reports of flying objects 2 years later in 1947 only added to public concern. Were these flying saucers Russian spy planes? Or were they our own? Or were they literally from another world? Hundreds of UFO movies, books, and comics played to the public's fascination.
Here we had flying saucers, aliens and spaceship playing on television and movies, and while they were frightening, they were entertainment that took us away from the real fear, which was the Russians.
Then, in 1950, a non-fiction book offered proof that aliens were visiting us. Behind the Flying Saucers, written by Hollywood columnist Frank Scully, was a sensational account of a crashed UFO.
Frank Scully was a well-regarded author, and he wrote a book essentially about what two men had told him about this incident in Aztec, New Mexico.
Scully's two informants had revealed that, like Roswell, a crashed flying saucer and dead aliens were recovered in New Mexico in 1947.
There was some kind of a crash out on the highway. Bodies were retrieved and taken to a military base in northern New Mexico.
The story parallels Roswell in many ways. The alien craft was made from some kind of lightweight but indestructible metal. There was a type of hieroglyphic writing. The alien bodies are said to have been 3.5 feet tall, with skinny, human-like bodies. And like Roswell, the extraterrestrial evidence was hidden at a secret military base. But strangely, the book had nothing to do with Roswell. Frank Scully's 1950 publication is set in Aztec, New Mexico, nearly 400 miles from Roswell. The Roswell story, which shadows so much of the Aztec book, would not be told for another 30 years. Behind the Flying Saucers was a bestseller, and most believed it to be true. Then, in 1952, the two informers of the book, Silas Newton and Leo Gebauer were convicted of fraud. Their Aztec story was a complete hoax.
Headline edition.
But reports of the scam had little impact on the public. By then, the idea of extraterrestrial visitors in flying saucers had already captured the public's imagination.
The whole business of a flying saucer is classic myth-making from a single source saying they were skipping along like saucers on water. And from there, all science fiction authors, movie makers, they all say, okay, we have to construct a model that looks like, a saucer.
Science fiction was becoming science fact. Many of these 1950s sci-fi movies were set in the deserts of New Mexico, a hotbed of top-secret projects. From nuclear bombs to V-2 rockets, experimental crafts, and other deadly weapons. All these projects were shrouded in secrecy and intense security. Such covert action eventually created suspicion among the public. Science fiction started to paint the military as the bad guys. Then, in the 1960s, came the Vietnam War. It was the first war the Americans weren't likely to win. The huge loss of life and clandestine operations changed Americans' image of their government. Richard Nixon's disastrous administration added to the nation's growing distrust. What else was the government covering up? Anything seemed possible, even extraterrestrials. Against this backdrop of mistrust, conspiracy rumors circulated that the military was hiding alien technology at secret military bases.
Secret places like the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and especially Area 51 are like Rorschach ink blots on our imaginations to just see what it is we want to see that's in there, because you're not going to get in there. How can we check and find out? So that allows the imagination to just run amok.
For more than 30 years, the story of a recovered flying saucer outside Roswell had lain completely dormant. It wasn't even mentioned in UFO books. Then, in 1978, Jesse Marcel, the intelligence officer who collected the debris 31 years earlier, retold his memories. Were his recollections influenced by 3 decades of science fiction?
It's right out of a 1950s science fiction movie. It's perfect. We're ready to believe it could have happened because we had these 50s to lean back on. So America was ready to accept it.
TV series and movies like The X-Files and Stranger Things have continued to lend weight to the Roswell legend. One poll conducted in 2013 shows that 50% of Americans believe extraterrestrial life exists.
Aliens have been here, they're here now, and maybe we're their children.
Do half of Americans believe in ET because they've been shown compelling evidence? Or is it because decades of science fiction have been masqueraded as science fact? UFO advocates fervently believe that the government is hiding an alien craft and its dead crew.
Something did crash. Something was recovered. Whatever was recovered, the government still has it in its possession.
Sensational books and films have made bold claims of an incredible military cover-up. But demands on the government to make public any secrets on extraterrestrials have failed to uncover any relevant information. One organization is devoted to searching space for any signal of extraterrestrial intelligence, the SETI Institute.
The facts are that we haven't found the signal from space that would tell us that there's somebody out there.
Whatever the truth about Roswell, the fact remains that from June 1947 onwards, there were UFO sightings all over America. In 1948, the Pentagon responded with an investigation known as Project Blue Book to gather military and civilian testimony. In June that year, just 12 months after the supposed Roswell incident, a Project Blue Book advisory committee met in secret to discuss their findings. Colonel Howard McCoy, Chief of Intelligence for the Army, confirmed at the secret meeting that the military had never recovered a flying saucer.
He then went on to make a statement that is devastating to the Roswell case. McCoy said, and I quote, "I can't even tell you how much we would give to have one of those crash in an area so that we could recover whatever they are."
If the alien story of Roswell were true, such a recovery would have generated a huge military paper trail. But no compelling evidence has ever emerged to support the UFO claims. Their only evidence comes from the many witness accounts.
This long list of witnesses is very curious because they didn't come out of the closet, so to speak, until the 1980s when Roswell became the Roswell incident, the mecca of ufology. And that tells us more about modern myth-making than it does about eyewitness accounts.
Dennis Balthasar acknowledges the Roswell story is littered with unreliable witnesses.
Some witnesses have decided to elaborate on their stories. Some have outright lied. Some weren't involved at all, but have given the impression that they were.
The false testimony and many hoaxes in the Roswell legend are reminiscent of the 1950 novel Behind the Flying Saucers. The only concrete part of the Roswell legend is that some kind of debris was found in Mac Brazel's field in 1947. When Jesse Jr. saw the debris as an 11-year-old boy, his father was already convinced it was extraterrestrial.
He just said something like he thought this was parts of a flying saucer. Again, I wasn't quite sure what he meant by that.
Jesse Marcel is the only person who has consistently claimed to have handled the material found that night in 1947. His testimony is held up as key to proving the Roswell incident was extraterrestrial. But Dr. Michael Shermer argues that a young boy would be strongly influenced by his father's opinion.
An 11-year-old boy is going to be hugely influenced by his father under any conditions. But in this case, his father is a well-respected military officer. Of course, he's going to be influenced.
Even though he's an important witness, much of what Marcel describes sounds commonplace.
There's a lot of metal foil, kind of a thick aluminum wrap type of material, and there was some black plastic material looked like Bakelite at that time.
Legend has it that the metal foil had extraordinary qualities, but the young boy saw none.
I know that the foil was supposed to have been like metal with a memory where if you bend it, fold it, it would unfold. Well, I didn't see that.
Other key witnesses, including Mac Brazel, suggest the debris was quite ordinary. In Brazel's only press interview on June 8, 1947, he claimed he'd found bright wreckage made up of rubber strips, tinfoil, tough paper, and sticks. Captain Sheridan Cavett was the intelligence officer with Major Marcel. In a sworn affidavit, he stated that the debris resembled bamboo-type square sticks, as well as some metallic reflecting material that was very light. UFO advocates refuse to accept these statements. They argue that the witnesses may have been confused, or worse, forced to lie by the U.S. government. In 1978, Jesse Marcel Sr. claimed the possible extraterrestrial material he had collected had been switched with the debris from a weather balloon.
Major Marcel said until the day he died that what was on the floor was not what he brought in from Roswell, New Mexico.
To ufologists, that explains why the debris the public saw in press photos looked like a weather balloon, not a flying saucer. But amazing new testimony from Marcel's own son suggests his father thought the debris reporters saw actually was part of an alien spaceship.
There's one curious element, though. My dad said that the reporter saw only a very small part of the real thing. So does that mean that in that mix-up of a balloon wreckage, was there parts of the real stuff in there?
Jesse Marcel remains convinced that there was one thing in the debris that could only be extraterrestrial. He describes small metal-like I-beams with hieroglyphic symbols.
That metal beam, like a small miniaturized I-beam, and it had these purplish violet symbols on the inside edge of that. You know, my dad said something like, "This is alien writing."
While Marcel Jr. describes metal I-beams, his father remembered them as not being like metal, but looking more like wood. Such contradictions among eyewitnesses are widespread among the Roswell faithful. Other key witnesses also described very earthly debris of wooden sticks, tinfoil, tough paper, and rubber strips. Scientists find it hard to believe an alien spaceship would be constructed from such simple materials.
If you're going to go from one star system to another, you need a craft that can go a fair fraction of the speed of light. It has to go tens, maybe 100,000 miles a second. Well, a craft like that is going to have enormous engines. It's going to be something that's going to, probably be the size of an ocean liner. This is not going to be a little, souped-up motorbike.
While the physical abilities of this material remain in question, almost all the key witnesses made reference to seeing unusual markings. The Marcels both think they saw alien hieroglyphics. But other witnesses testified to seeing nothing more than flowered patterns. Throughout the 1980s, suspicion of a cover-up fueled the Roswell legend. Then, in the early 90s, two UFO researchers, Carl Flock and Robert Todd, unearthed a top-secret mission that had long been forgotten. It offered a much simpler and earthly solution to the Roswell mystery. Back in 1945, America exploded the first atomic bomb. It was only a matter of time until the Soviets would develop their own nuclear program. In 1947, testing began on an American secret spying program called Project Mogul. A highly classified mission was set up to listen for any Soviet atomic testing.
Mogul was so classified, we didn't know what the classification was.
In fact, Mogul was classified as 1A, the same as the H-bomb program. Project Mogul would use some 50 large rubber balloons to carry listening devices, called transponders, into the higher atmosphere. Up here, sound moved much quicker, and a nuclear explosion could, in theory, be detected, even on the other side of the world.
I know it worked because I saw a beautiful signal come in one day from the Pacific, and it was an American nuclear bomb explosion, and I was tracking it right here in New Mexico.
In 1947, B.D. Gildenberg was a young engineering undergraduate at New York University when the military commissioned his department to work on Project Mogul. The Mogul team started to gather the materials needed for the project. One item that they farmed out to a Brooklyn toy manufacturer was the kite-like radar reflectors called Raywin targets. These would be used to track the balloon's movements, and the team needed hundreds of them. They were essentially six-pronged kites with a balsa wood frame, covered with silver foil, and backed with strong white material. In June 1947, the NYU team traveled with all their equipment to White Sands Testing Range in New Mexico. From this remote desert location, they began experimental launches of their new top-secret mission.
This was the first time that constant level balloons were used in the United States, which we were still learning about and still experimenting with.
On June 4th, test flight number 4 was launched in mid-afternoon. But due to cloud cover, the Mogul team soon lost it on both radar and spotter plane as it drifted northeast towards Roswell. The free-trailing device was some 600 feet long, twice the height of the Statue of Liberty. With up to 50 large balloons, 9 shiny Ray-Wan targets, ballast controls, and transponders, it would have looked very different from a weather balloon. Eventually, the neoprene rubber balloons disintegrated, showering the desert below. Although the mission was top secret, the equipment itself was of little value, and the Mogul team deemed its recovery low priority. Brazel's description of the debris, rubber, silver foil, and balsa wood, and lots of it, matches Project Mogul perfectly. The photographs of the debris seem to match. Project Mogul appears to be the perfect solution, but there's one piece to the puzzle that doesn't add up. Jesse Marcel Jr. believes that the hieroglyphs he saw on the Roswell debris were not from this Earth.
The I-beams were apart from everything. This was something from another civilization.
He had a point. There seemed to be no reason why Project Mogul would have strange hieroglyphic symbols on any part of it. But closer inspection of the design drawing for the radar reflectors offers a vital clue. The paper-backed foil needed to be secured to the balsa frame with both glue and Scotch tape. The toy company in Brooklyn, commissioned to make the Ray-Wan targets, used what it had at hand. That included kid Scotch tape with flowered patterns set in a purple dye. After a few days in the desert sun, the Scotch tape would have peeled off and blown into the desert. In such heat, the purple dye would have imprinted the wood, leaving behind flowered patterns on the balsa wood frame.
Some of the tape had these inscriptions from the Brooklyn Toy Department on it. That's where the hieroglyphics came from. And it was really nothing very exotic.
Project Mogul is accepted among most scientists as the rational answer to the Roswell mystery. New testimony suggests that Project Mogul and its successors may have also been responsible for the entire UFO phenomenon. From June 1947 onwards, hundreds of top-secret high-altitude balloons were launched all over America. The balloons and payloads were ever more bizarre. B.D. Gildenberg believes that these balloons were what many people were mistaking for alien crafts.
I remember the CIA being at some of our launches, and they were the ones who were pushing this. Said, yeah, let these remain UFO reports as a cover-up for all these secret programs that were coming on board.
In 2013, 40 activists, former military witnesses, and panelists from 10 countries converged in Washington, D.C. to give testimony to former members of Congress at the National Press Club.
Don, the CIA guy standing next to me says you're all sworn to secrecy.
I started doing the walk-around 360 of the object.
This was the first time in history that this much evidence had been presented to the public at once.
The evidence is overwhelming that Earth is being visited by intelligently controlled extraterrestrial spacecraft.
I have lost faith in representative government. I truly think we're in gridlock, it doesn't work, and so we need to make a change.
I think it's ignorant of any people not to seek out what we need to know to continue the universe.
There's only one way to regain trust. Find and tell the truth.
Jesse Marcel Jr. was among the witnesses.
It tells us that we're not alone in the universe. As a matter of fact, there's other civilizations out there, and they're finding Earth-like planets around other star systems every day. Any civilization that develops into space travel has gone through a nuclear age, and we're still on the precipice of either surviving or not surviving ours, but it means that they did. And if they can do it, we can also survive our nuclear warlike tendencies.
Until his death in 2013, Jesse Marcel Jr. was the last living man known to have touched the debris from the 1947 crash in Roswell. Today, the scientific community upholds that the Roswell incident is just a persistent myth. If that's true, why does it continue to captivate so many Americans?
We do tend to believe things that are kind of titillating, exciting. The idea that there's beings around, maybe they're even here now, just in orbit with stealth technology, and they're watching us, they're taking care of us. All that is very compelling. But when we actually go and check, and it turns out not to be true, then it's time to, move on to something else.
70 years later, this is what we know for sure. Mac Brazel did discover debris in his field, and, just as he reported, it wasn't a weather balloon. The government did cover up the truth. Project Mogul was a Category 1A top-secret spy mission, crucial to national security. It did cause a moment of excitement, because no one outside of Project Mogul had seen that configuration of a balloon device before. The local army probably did overreact, as they had no idea how sensitive the project or the material was. Wright-Patterson Airfield still remains a top-secret military base, responsible for examining strange craft, but of foreign planes, not of ET. UFO believers have already dismissed Project Mogul as bogus. Today, public trust in government is at an all-time low. Only 20% of Americans have confidence in the U.S. government to do what is right. Some remain convinced that somewhere under lock and key is a secret X-file that outlines an incredible story. That alien spaceships traveled through the galaxy to save humanity, only to crash in the desert outside Roswell. They refuse to accept that Mac Brazel stumbled across nothing more than the disintegrating debris of a top-secret military project, partially stuck together by Scotch tape. Perhaps the real Roswell conspiracy is that so many have been taken in for so long by nothing but a footnote in history. It was the first and most notorious serial murder case in American history. In 1965, Albert DeSalvo confessed to being the Boston Strangler. But he was never convicted of the 11 brutal, sexually deranged murders.
He knew things he could not have known from any source other than being on the scene of the crime.
At the time of the murders, there was no way to accurately test biological evidence that would link DeSalvo to the crimes.
There isn't proof that he was the strangler. In fact, the proof is that he wasn't the strangler.
People jump to conclusions. In murder, you can't afford to do that.
Was DeSalvo really the Boston Strangler? Did the real killer, or killers, get away with murder? New forensic DNA testing, more than 50 years after the killings, may hold the answer. Summer 1962. The city of Boston is besieged by an unprecedented series of gruesome murders.
These were sensational crimes. Boston is a Puritan's town, and these were lurid, vicious, sexual crimes taking place.
During the 2-year reign of terror that followed, the bodies of 11 women are found strangled with their own nylons and lingerie.
We know we had something because of the similarities in the way they were done. We knew we had a serial killer on our hands.
With each strike, the media's infatuation with the mystery killer ratchets up a climate of fear.
The city of Boston was in hysterics. The newspapers were announcing a phantom killer strikes again, scare headlines in 24-point type.
Pressure on the police to find the killer or killers is intense.
Boston has been portrayed by some as a city in the grip of terror.
We worked 24 hours a day and thought and lived the investigation of the stranglings.
Then, 3 years after the murders began, jailed sex offender Albert DeSalvo confesses to being the strangler.
No one else could possibly have known in exquisite detail what he knew about the crimes.
The investigation is shut down. All 11 murders are solved with the stroke of DeSalvo's pen. But not everyone working on the case is convinced.
Prosecutors, detectives were telling me that DeSalvo was not the strangler. It was common knowledge in the law enforcement community.
6 years later, DeSalvo is murdered in prison under suspicious circumstances. Some think he was about to recant his confession.
Somebody killed Albert to keep him quiet.
If DeSalvo wasn't the Boston Strangler, who was?
Albert DeSalvo was never a suspect till he decided to identify himself as the strangler. And there were a number of other much, much better suspects.
New forensic testing might finally solve the mystery.
DNA is the ultimate information of identification, and they're keeping that back from us. And the question is, are we entitled to that?
Almost half a century later, re-examined evidence may prove DeSalvo's guilt or innocence once and for all. The first to die was Anna Slessers, a 55-year-old divorcee who lived alone in Boston's Back Bay neighborhood. From the crime scene, investigators deduced that Anna was listening to an opera on her record player and running a bath. She was murdered sometime during the day of June 14th, 1962. No witnesses reported seeing anyone suspicious enter the building or walk up the stairwell to her third-floor apartment. As with all the stranglings, there was no sign of forced entry or screams heard by the neighbors. Anna must have willingly let her killer in the door. The body was found naked on the floor. A pool of blood had drained out of a gaping laceration on the back of her head. The autopsy showed the killer sexually assaulted her with an object before strangling her to death with the belt of her housecoat. The decoration found around Anna's neck would become the calling card of the Boston Strangler.
It was the first real signature to what was going to come, because the bathrobe belt was looped like a big bow up around her neck, and that was a kickoff to a series of crimes that I think to this day remains without equal.
At first, the Boston Homicide Squad wrote it off as just another freak murder. One detective summed it up as a routine break-in with complications. By the 4th of July, Boston police suspected that something much more sinister was going on. 2 more bodies had been found. Both women were in their 60s and were sexually assaulted and strangled with their own stockings. In each case, the naked corpse was posed for maximum shock value.
The way the bodies were left, the legs were spread, exposing her private parts. Even experienced police officers are shocked when they go in and see bodies spread like that. Not something you want to see every day, but we were seeing it every day.
In the press, the silk stocking murders were now front-page news, but the police were reluctant to say the stranglings were connected.
One or more killers is the quarry of a manhunt, which began in June and is continuing tonight.
In August, the bodies of 2 more elderly women, victims 4 and 5, were found. Then nothing for 3 months, leaving the city waiting for the next strike.
The city of Boston had been reduced to a state of general hysteria. The pounds were cleaned out by women looking for dogs to protect them.
Women even resorted to carrying knives in case they were attacked. In December, the Strangler took 2 more victims. Sophie Clark, a 20-year-old student, and 23-year-old Patricia Bissett. The Strangler's taste in victims had changed dramatically.
Generally, serial killers run to a type in their victims. The strangling victims were all over the place. It was a group of elderly white women initially, then there was a gap, and the next victim was a beautiful young black woman.
In May of 1963, the killer crossed the river into Cambridge. Graduate student Beverly Sammons was found in her apartment near the Harvard campus. The autopsy concluded she died from multiple stab wounds to her chest. A violent new twist in the killer's MO.
The newspapers very early on were referring to the deaths of the elderly women as silk stocking murders, and in effect creating a template for murder for anyone who wanted to get rid of an inconvenient woman.
The last and youngest victim, Mary Sullivan, was killed just after New Year's Day, 1964. There were now 2,600 police in 3 counties working overtime to solve the murders, but not a single clue had panned out. They were getting desperate. The public's patience had run out. Edward Brooke, the Attorney General of Massachusetts, decided to take matters into his own hands.
Extraordinary methods of investigation are needed to deal with these highly abnormal and uncommon crimes.
He created the Boston Strangler Task Force to coordinate the investigation.
The Attorney General used his authority to take over the case. His detectives gave the orders as to what would be done.
Another year went by, and one of the biggest murder investigations in U.S. history had still failed to arrest a prime suspect. Enter F. Lee Bailey, the young, ambitious attorney who would make his name on the Strangler case. In March 1965, Bailey swooped in with the solution to all 11 murders. After a futile 3-year police manhunt, Bailey was offering to serve up the killer on a platter. His client, Albert DeSalvo, was already in jail awaiting trial for multiple sexual assaults. DeSalvo was ready to confess that he was the Boston Strangler, but there was one catch. His confession could never be used against him in a trial. According to Bailey and leading detectives on the Strangler Task Force, DeSalvo's confession was a slam dunk. When questioned, DeSalvo proved he knew things only the killer could know.
The answers came back just like that. There was never a hesitation. The Attorney General of Massachusetts said, "Let's close the case. This is the guy."
DeSalvo was assumed to be the killer, but the case was never tried in a court of law.
They had 11 unsolved murders. The city was in hysterics. This was the solution to it. They had one man who was willing to confess to these murders. Wrap it up, put it away, get it over with.
DeSalvo was presumed guilty on his confession alone, but on closer inspection, many experts think his words proved just the opposite. DeSalvo was a false confessor who had dealt the police a pack of lies. Albert DeSalvo's confession in 1965 to all 11 of the Boston Stranglings was taken to be the ultimate incrimination. DeSalvo's vivid reconstruction of each murder convinced the state attorney general, Edward Brooke, to conclude that the Strangler was behind bars.
There were thousands of different details that were in play, and Albert was all too right about the vast majority of them.
He knew about the furnishings in the apartments, the layout, the clothing, all the way down to, carvings on the head of a bed.
But others argue it was the details of his confession that prove his innocence. They believe the 2,000 pages of confession transcripts reveal a trail of critical errors.
There were just enormous discrepancies between Albert's version of the murders and the crime scene reports, the autopsy reports, and the forensic reports. He allegedly had a photographic memory, but if he did, it failed him badly.
The jury is out as to whether DeSalvo's story is authentic or a shameless grab for money and fame.
What did he get out of it? He got a book deal and he got a movie deal. It matters not that today we know he didn't profit one penny from that.
He was a tremendous braggart and a tremendous boaster, and he had an enormous desire to be famous.
The 50 hours of recorded interrogation have never been publicly released. Only a poor quality copy of part of DeSalvo's original confession is known to still exist. Besides the confession, the police had nothing on DeSalvo. There were no witnesses or forensic evidence linking him to any of the stranglings.
DeSalvo was not a suspect because there was absolutely nothing to tie him to any of the crimes. He never appeared on anyone's radar screen.
DeSalvo's confession caught everyone by surprise. He was already locked up in Bridgewater State Hospital, awaiting trial for a series of sexual attacks known as the Green Man assaults. According to F. Lee Bailey, in early 1965, DeSalvo contacted him through his client, George Nasser, also a Bridgewater inmate. DeSalvo had a story to tell, and he needed legal advice.
My initial impression of Albert would not cast him in the role of the strangler at all. He was very polite, quite personable, had an easy smile to the point of guile, and he was shrewd. He knew he was never going to see the street again, and he was trying to make some provision for his family. He wanted to know if he could write a book about some things for which he had not been charged without creating evidence that would enable the authorities to charge him.
To convince the Strangler Bureau that he had a viable suspect, Bailey asked the police to give him 5 questions that only the killer could answer. Armed with a dictaphone, Bailey drove to Bridgewater to see if DeSalvo was their man.
We called it the Big Five, and he hit 5 for 5. It was just boom, boom, boom.
2 of Bailey's Big 5 questions related to the murder of Sophie Clark. The 20-year-old medical student was the first of the Strangler's young victims. In DeSalvo's confession, he accurately described the woman who answered the door as tall, beautiful, and dressed in a half-slip and stockings. After talking his way in, DeSalvo said he grabbed Sophie from behind. He was surprised how quickly she passed out. DeSalvo described how, as Sophie was regaining consciousness, he strangled her. He tied the stockings so tightly they disappeared into the folds of her neck.
Only the strangler knew that the youngest and prettiest victim had under a stuffed chair a napkin she'd been using while menstruating. Only the person that removed it from her body and threw it there would know about it. And the other was a pack of cigarettes. Albert had knocked a pack of Marlboros, a box, off the bureau, had fallen down behind the bureau where you could not see it without moving the bureau. It was at that point that I became excited and I said to myself, bingo.
Confident his client was the Strangler, F. Lee Bailey cut a shrewd deal with the Attorney General. The police could have Albert DeSalvo's full confession, but they could never use it as evidence against him.
The police didn't find Albert, I did. And I had the reins, and I was dictating the rules. And I was doing that because I didn't want to put my own client in the electric chair.
Once word reached the top, Task Force Chief John Bottomley jumped on the chance to personally interrogate DeSalvo. Bottomley was a real estate lawyer with no criminal investigation experience. He was appointed to the job by his friend, the Attorney General.
The questioning was wrong to begin with. John Bottomley didn't do it right, and it should have been left to John Donovan or me, somebody with experience. And when he came out of the room after questioning Albert, he said to me, listen, it's no question, he's the guy. He was tickled pink.
Only a handful of lead investigators in the task force were privy to the details of DeSalvo's confession. It boiled down to the Attorney General, Edward Brooks, saying, "He's guilty. Take our word for it." At the time, Brooke was running for the U.S. Senate, and DeSalvo's confession conveniently wrapped up the case.
The type of individual he thought was guilty for the crimes.
The public and the press ran with the story, but privately, many police officers had their doubts.
There were many police who thought they had an eye on the case, thought they had a good suspect. I said to myself, this is going to really ruin dinner for an awful lot of police, because here goes their last hope for cracking the case.
It wasn't until 16 years later, when Susan Kelly was researching a book about serial killers, that the doubts surrounding DeSalvo's confession became public.
Every law enforcement person in the greater Boston area that I spoke to was telling me that Albert DeSalvo was not the Boston Strangler.
Kelly was one of the first journalists to obtain full transcripts of the confession. She was surprised to find that in many instances, DeSalvo's words were off the mark. The best example was in the case of Beverly Sammons. DeSalvo described how he had conned his way into her apartment. He jumped her with a switchblade. According to DeSalvo, he then tied her hands and repeatedly stabbed her in the breast and throat. DeSalvo claimed he took the murder weapon with him when he left and disposed of the knife in a swamp.
He got the murder weapon completely wrong. He insisted that it was a switchblade knife that he had stolen, when in fact the murder weapon was a kitchen knife that belonged to Beverly Sammons herself and that a Cambridge detective found in the drain board.
Detectives found traces of blood on the knife. They deduced that the killer had tried to wash away the incriminating evidence before leaving the murder weapon where he found it.
Albert did make some mistakes. On the other hand, I know very few people who could have remembered the very high percentage of correct details that he described.
Skeptics believe the fatal flaws in DeSalvo's story outweigh the details he got right. The question is, how did DeSalvo know so much?
He was fascinated by the crimes and that he had read the newspapers and actually even gone to the crime scenes after the murders to look at them.
Albert had a tremendous amount of information to the newspapers, thanks to the practice of the then medical examiner of handing out the autopsy reports like they were rewards or cookies to the press. In this day and age, the medical examiner wouldn't dream of handing out the autopsy report.
Many say that John Bottomley's line of questioning helped DeSalvo fill in the details.
The questions that DeSalvo was asked during his interrogation were very leading ones. He was sometimes given information to help him along when he was unsure of a detail. Albert's response is, "I'll tell you anything you want." DeSalvo was pretty much willing to say anything he was fed.
Some believe Bailey persuaded DeSalvo to confess to satisfy Bailey's own career ambitions. They suspect that DeSalvo was coached by his own defense attorney prior to DeSalvo's full confession to the police.
F. Lee Bailey asked him literally hundreds of leading questions, such as, was she wearing horn-rimmed glasses? So F. Lee Bailey trained Albert DeSalvo. He nurtured Albert DeSalvo to be the Boston Strangler.
I wanted to be very careful because I could see that it would come up. Not to be in a position where it were remotely possible I had fed Albert any information. And the only way to do that was to not be privy to what was going on. I did not go to a single interrogation session.
If DeSalvo had been tried as the Boston Strangler, most agree that the confession alone would not have been enough to convict him.
He was just presumed to be the Boston Strangler based upon some half-baked confessions that the government very willingly accepted under tremendous political pressure to solve the case. The proof just wasn't there that he committed these crimes.
It's not clear if the task force ever tried to confirm the confession, by testing the forensic evidence against DeSalvo. There were fingerprints, human hairs, blood, and semen found at the crime scenes. There were also eyewitnesses who claimed to have seen the killer. On closer examination, many now believe the hard evidence proves there was more than one Boston Strangler. The doubts about Albert DeSalvo's claim to being the Boston Strangler have sparked a crusade to reopen the case decades after the fact.
Today, the media and the public are much more aware of the phenomenon of false confessions. Juries want forensic proof to link a confession to a crime scene. And that forensic proof, I would put it to a jury, would not exist.
Many close to the case are convinced that when DeSalvo was declared the killer, other viable suspects were prematurely let off the hook.
Police had 6 active suspects in the homicides. The state attorney general's office left many of the real killers in this case on the streets.
I believe that the killings themselves were individual, and they were done for purposes as diverse as the people who did them. There was one case, the murder of Patricia Bassett, in which someone was about to be indicted for her murder, and then DeSalvo began confessing. So the Attorney General's office discouraged the indictment.
The police also had a lead suspect in the murder of the last victim, Mary Sullivan. Casey Sherman, the nephew of the victim, believes that when DeSalvo confessed, the police may have let the real killer slip away. The suspect was seen hanging around the crime scene, acting suspicious.
They brought him in and gave him a formal interview. He went under a lie detector test, which he failed. They asked him, "Did you murder Mary Sullivan?" He said no. Mary had been propped up on the bed. She had been strangled by 2 scarves and a nylon stocking. And the killer had left an eerie calling card, which was a Happy New Year card placed between the toes on her foot. As you can imagine, it was horrifying.
There is a chance that a re-examination of the crime scene evidence, using modern forensic techniques, could end the argument over DeSalvo's guilt once and for all.
Physical evidence doesn't lie, and whereas information from people is always subject to question, information from physical evidence has no motive except the truth. Is there anything that specifically points to him? Not to my knowledge.
One of the key questions is if the physical evidence found at the scene of the crimes was ever used to confirm DeSalvo's story. Did any of the forensic evidence thought to have been the killers match DeSalvo? Remarkably, forensic investigators who collected and examined the evidence can't answer that question. They say they were kept out of the loop.
Fingerprints, hair, blood, samples were collected, and samples were tagged. Ultimately, those samples, many of them, were submitted to the FBI laboratory. I never got any report back from the FBI. When you send tests out and you don't get the results back, that can be discouraging sometimes.
The arguments for or against DeSalvo's guilt are deadlocked. As long as the physical evidence remains untested, the picture is incomplete. In the case of Mary Sullivan, the Strangler's final victim, scientists found traces of unidentified bodily fluids that could have been left by her killer. If further DNA testing of the evidence might be able to rule DeSalvo in or out, why not reinvestigate the entire case?
No one has given enough provocation to set that machinery in motion. 2 attorneys general gave their blessing because they thought the case was closed. Now, for the current attorney general to do further investigation, in his view, is to beat a dead horse.
Justice was not served by accepting these half-baked confessions. Justice was not served for any of the victims. What about the murderers of those women? They walked away scot-free. They may still be out there today. They may have killed other people.
Of all the murders in the Boston Strangler mystery, the most telling could be the prison killing of the self-proclaimed Boston Strangler himself. To this day, the death of DeSalvo is unsolved.
Somebody killed Albert to keep him quiet. He was silenced for a reason.
Who killed Albert DeSalvo and why? Six years after Albert DeSalvo confessed to being the Boston Strangler, he was stabbed to death inside Walpole Maximum Security Prison. Many believe DeSalvo's death wasn't just a random act of prison violence. According to DeSalvo's family and his psychiatrist, he was on the verge of recanting his confession. They believe he was killed to keep the truth buried. According to Dr. Ames Roby, DeSalvo's former psychiatrist, on November 25, 1973, DeSalvo called him from Walpole Prison. DeSalvo told him he needed to meet with him urgently.
He said, I have something very important to tell you. And he indicated that he was going to retract his confession. Dr. Roby said, fine, I'll be down there. The next morning, a news report was that Albert DeSalvo had been found stabbed to death in his bed at Walpole Prison.
Just a week before his death, DeSalvo had requested to sleep in the prison infirmary because he feared for his life.
You have to get through 6 security checkpoints to get into the prison infirmary. His killer got in with a knife, stabbed him at close range, repeatedly in the heart, gets out covered in blood, goes past the checkpoints, nobody saw a thing. And Albert DeSalvo's killer was never found.
Prison officials stated Albert's death was related to his involvement in a prison drug operation.
He was assassinated not in connection with the stranglings, but because he was being too competitive in selling drugs inside the institution. His pricing was too low for those who were also in the business, and so they eliminated him.
But some don't buy the official story.
Albert tells Ames Roby he's going to spill the beans about how it came to be that he confessed to being the Boston Strangler. And then the very next morning, he was found stabbed to death in his cell. That's just too much of a coincidence not to be connected. I'm not that much of a believer in coincidence.
If there was a plot to kill Albert DeSalvo, the question is, who was behind it? There are several theories.
Those people who have an interest today in maintaining that Albert DeSalvo was the Strangler would be obvious suspects.
I've heard from many people, both inside and outside of Walpole State Prison, that it was a contract hit from somebody who had a lot to lose on the outside.
One thing seems certain. If it was proven that DeSalvo wasn't the Strangler, many reputations would be at stake. F. Lee Bailey has his doubts about the account of DeSalvo's phone call to Dr. Roby, formerly the prison psychiatrist.
There was no proof that such a phone call ever took place. Ames Roby, in the view of many, had bungled the entire case. So I have some doubt that the phone call ever took place, but even if it did, Albert said he was recanting what? He had demonstrated a knowledge that couldn't have been fabricated. You can't unscramble those eggs.
Bailey believes that DeSalvo's real motivation for trying to back out of his confession was his ego.
I think Albert was probably once again trying to draw attention to the fact that he knew he was going to die in prison and nobody would care enough to try to find out what had made him tick.
What made DeSalvo tick is at the center of the argument over if he fit the profile of a serial killer. The opinions are split. Some of the psychiatrists who analyzed DeSalvo cited his disturbed childhood as the trigger for the stranglings.
He had been in training all his life to be the Boston Strangler. His father was a brutal and savage and cruel man who beat his wife, beat the children. He once broke the mother's fingers one by one in front of all the children.
But Dr. Roby, who knew DeSalvo prior to his confession, was never convinced he was the strangler.
Dr. Roby didn't believe that Albert was a murderer. He did notice Albert's tendency to brag. He had to be bigger and better than somebody else. If you said to Albert, I committed 20 robberies, Albert would say, that's nothing, I've committed 200, when he had never done any such thing.
In 1965, there was no such thing as a serial killer expert. Today, some question if DeSalvo's background points to a pathological killer. DeSalvo's criminal history began as a petty thief.
All his life, he was what we call a B&E man, breaking and entering. He conned his way in most places, gift to gab.
DeSalvo's abnormal sex drive continually landed him in jail. In 1961, he was picked up for a bizarre string of sexual assaults called the Measuring Man crimes. DeSalvo bluffed his way into women's apartments, posing as a modeling agent.
He was talking to women and saying he would make them a model, pay them $40 an hour for modeling, and then he'd measure them, take the tape measure and see if they had the proper figure for it. And it was amazing. Some women would take off all their clothes and let him measure them.
Then, in November 1964, DeSalvo was arrested for a series of sexual attacks known as the Green Man assaults. DeSalvo boasted to the police that he had molested over 300 women.
And one day, he had sex with 5 different women and was home by 5 o'clock. So he was an extraordinary person and probably had a disease akin to male nymphomania, which triggered the visits.
As the Green Man, DeSalvo threatened and molested his victims. But according to their testimony, he showed no desire to physically harm them. DeSalvo was obsessed with sex, but his track record gave no indication of the extreme violence of the stranglings. One could argue that DeSalvo became progressively more violent, from the Measuring Man to the Green Man to the Boston Strangler. But there's a catch. The Green Man assaults came after the stranglings.
To believe that Albert was the Measuring Man, the Strangler, and the Green Man necessitates that you believe he went from 1 to 10 to 3 on the scale of sex offenses, which just does not comport with what we know now about serial killers.
To say something doesn't make sense really is not a very meaningful statement. Nothing makes sense with serial killers.
The Boston Strangler case was the first of its kind in the United States. At the time, there were no serial killer experts who could testify to DeSalvo's personality, the patterns of the killings, or the possibility that DeSalvo falsely confessed. Would the testimony of today's experts, coupled with modern DNA testing, incriminate DeSalvo? If the case were tried now, what would be the verdict? The Boston Strangler set the stage for a litany of sensational serial killer cases to come. The Zodiac Killer, Son of Sam, Ted Bundy. Understanding the psychological makeup of serial killers has become a police necessity. If we knew in 1965 what we know now, would the authorities have been as quick to accept the confession of Albert DeSalvo? Dr. Catherine Ramsland specializes in the psychology of serial killers. After scrutinizing the case, she questions if DeSalvo had the violent streak to motivate the stranglings.
Given what we do know about how DeSalvo treated women who were accosted by him in other ways, he was gentle, he was apologetic, somewhat remorseful. Someone like that then does not intermittently turn into a vicious slaughterer and violator of women and then go back and be nice to a few others.
Ramsland's hunch is that the Boston Strangler is a media invention.
The so-called Boston Strangler case does not strike me as the work of one killer. There are so many differences from the age of the victims to the way they were treated. This person would have had to completely change what triggers their sexual compulsion, and that isn't the nature of sexuality. You don't just change because you want to change or because you've had enough of killing elderly women, and now he could go target younger women who are more attractive. There's no psychology that makes sense of that.
Confession expert Dr. Saul Kassan examined some of the transcripts of DeSalvo's confession.
If you go back and look at some of the facts that he details in that confession, almost every one of them originates with the questioner. There's talk of a scarf, but the scarf comes from Bottomley. The scarf comes from his question. And then just moments later, again from Bottomley, he asks whether or not her legs were tied. When you run down the list about what happened, how it happened, whether she was naked, what she was wearing, whether she was tied, whether she was untied, Bottomley is leading and DeSalvo is following. That's the problem with this transcript. It's as if Bottomley is telling the story through DeSalvo.
Buried in the transcripts, Kassan finds clues to another potential information leak.
Sprinkled throughout the transcript are references that DeSalvo makes clearly to some object that seemed present in the room. He would say something like, "This is the sweater right here," or "This is what I did here," as if they're looking at photographs. Anyone trained in law enforcement knows that you don't pre-expose the suspect to the crime scene. You have to remember that once a suspect admits to the crime, the post-admission confession is designed to prove it. Prove that you're the criminal. And when an interrogator walks into the room and provides all of that proof for the suspect, well, then the statement proves nothing. So I would then turn to the investigator and say, what else do you have? Because the confession is worthless.
The only hope in salvaging the truth in the DeSalvo debate is DNA. On that score, almost everyone is now in agreement.
I support the notion 100%. I think all of those who really were involved in the case would.
I think a re-examination by the appropriate authorities would be more than appropriate. It's almost demanded.
More than 50 years since the murders that terrorized Boston, new DNA tests may have the answers.
Advances in the sensitivity of DNA testing have allowed us to make a familial match between biological evidence recovered from the crime scene and a suspect in Mary Sullivan's murder.
Back in 1964, forensic scientists retained biological evidence found at the scene of Mary Sullivan's murder, with the hope that further testing would be possible in the future. Evidence from Sullivan's remains and apartment are tested at labs in Lorton, Virginia, and Dallas, Texas. On July 12, 2013, police exhumed DeSalvo's body to confirm all DNA samples are identical. The DNA results are an exact match. The tests indicate that Albert DeSalvo almost certainly murdered Mary Sullivan. It's the first time authorities can confirm DeSalvo's involvement in any of the murders in the Boston Strangler case. The news offers some closure to the Sullivan family. Casey Sherman, Sullivan's nephew, says this new information brings justice for his aunt.
It's amazing to me today to understand that people really did care about what happened to my aunt, a 19-year-old girl heinously murdered in 1964. And it's taken 49 years for police to legitimately say they got their man.
But the DeSalvo family and their attorney remain unconvinced.
Just because you find DNA that matches somebody on their body doesn't mean they murdered them.
No biological evidence was uncovered at the scenes of the other murders. Without it, scientists have little hope of proving who killed the other 10 women. These cases remain open and unsolved. Is the killer still out there? Were multiple killers involved? The Boston Strangler case set many precedents. It was the first criminal investigation to be lionized in the press. the image of the Phantom Strangler evolved into a celebrity in its own right. Cash from the media rights of the story was on the table. Reputations were there to be won or lost. The head of the Strangler Task Force, John Bottomley, ended up with a Hollywood consulting job. The Attorney General, Edward Brooke, was elected to the United States Senate only a year after making the guilty call on DeSalvo. Just a year prior to the DNA testings, Brooke said he could not be certain that DeSalvo was guilty. F. Lee Bailey, who engineered the deal for DeSalvo's confession, got a cut out of the book rights to cover his fees. Bailey went on to become one of the century's biggest names in criminal defense, most notably as part of the defense team for O.J. Simpson.
There were people who made their careers on this case. The Boston Strangler was a creation of the mass media, and Albert DeSalvo filled the shoes of the Phantom Fiend.
Many people took a piece of the Boston Strangler, including DeSalvo himself. In prison, he capitalized on his fame by selling handmade choker necklaces. The story was buried with DeSalvo's murder in prison. But like a ghost, the saga of the Boston Strangler keeps coming back. It is one of the most notorious assassinations in modern history. The murder of the Romanovs, Russia's ruling family. Once the subject of a high-stakes murder investigation, the trail went cold over 50 years of Soviet rule. Now, the mysterious deaths are fueling a heated battle between forensic scientists, religious leaders, and Russia's political elite. Are the bones buried in St. Petersburg really those of the Romanovs? And what became of two of their children whose bodies were missing from the original grave? Disagreements between scientists and the Russian Orthodox Church keep the mystery alive. Could members of the family have survived a night of unspeakable brutality? Or did one of the world's most powerful dynasties really come to an end in the Siberian woods, changing the course of world history to this day? On the night of July 16, 1918, the last living Tsar of Russia and his family sleep soundly, unaware that the bloody civil war sweeping the country will soon overtake them. For 78 days, the family has lived in a drab compound in the remote city of Ekaterinburg, near the Siberian border, as prisoners of communist revolutionaries fighting to control Russia. Just past midnight, with troops loyal to the Tsar fast approaching the city, the guards wake the royal family, telling them that they are being moved to a safe location. But the guards have no intention of protecting the family, and this night will soon become the brutal closing chapter of 3 centuries of Romanov rule. At the height of his reign, Tsar Nicholas had been the richest, most powerful man in the world, controlling 1/10 of the Earth's surface and a fortune worth $30 billion.
Until the revolution, the Tsar was considered the anointed of God. He controlled the government. He was the supreme head of the Orthodox Church. He was worshipped as a demigod by most of his subjects, and his word was considered law in every aspect of life.
Every decision was his. Even the most simple name change had to go across his desk.
With his marriage to Alexandra, a German princess and granddaughter of Queen Victoria, the Tsar expanded his sphere of influence to include the courts of Europe. In St. Petersburg, the Tsar and his family lived in a breathtaking palace with 1,000 rooms. Hundreds of servants attended their every whim, and it seemed like a fairy tale existence.
I think the picture that most people had of the Romanovs was of a very privileged family, but a family with which they could identify.
Nicholas was extremely clever in the way he used his family. He had 4 gorgeous daughters. He had a beautiful son. They were very photogenic. I think he used them to sort of boost the very early on celebrity of the ruling family.
But the Romanovs harbored dark secrets behind these carefully orchestrated images. Once omnipotent, their far-reaching powers were slipping from their grasp. Inside the palace, the long-awaited heir to the throne was diagnosed with hemophilia. The slightest of injuries could bring on premature death for Alexei and a crisis of succession for the royal family. Guards protected the young Tsarevich day and night and kept his condition secret from the Russian people. Alexandra was desperate to help her son, so she turned to a mystic healer named Grigory Rasputin. Despite his questionable reputation, Rasputin quickly became one of the Tsarina's closest advisors, fueling the Russian people's growing mistrust of the German-born Tsarina. The Tsar himself earned the nickname Bloody Nicholas. In 1905, his soldiers gunned down hundreds of striking factory workers gathered outside the Romanovs' Winter Palace. The massacre sparked outrage and led to many more violent clashes with imperial forces. As World War I erupted along Russia's Western Front, the death toll mounted. Month after month, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were slaughtered on the battlefield. Supplies of food and other vital goods dwindled, and starvation was rampant. By the end of the war, the list of Russian casualties, civilian and military, numbered almost 4 million dead.
Economic conditions for most of the Tsar's subjects were abysmal. Starvation was common, famine was common, and there was a sense of hopelessness that pervaded these people's lives.
In 1917, long-simmering discontent with the Tsarist government boils over into open rebellion. Revolution sweeps the country. In a series of bloody battles, communist rebels defeated forces still loyal to the Tsar. Nicholas is forced to abdicate the throne, and the rebels drive him into exile, far from the seat of power, to Ekaterinburg, a provincial town near the Siberian border. The Romanovs, accustomed to a life of unparalleled opulence, are now imprisoned in a compound known as Ipatiev House. And this is where a veil of mystery falls over the fate of the Romanovs. The only eyewitnesses to their final day are their guards, men hand-picked as their executioners. That day, forces loyal to the Tsar are advancing on Ekaterinburg in a desperate attempt to rescue the royal family. The local revolutionary authorities, afraid that the Tsar might be freed, order the guards at Ipatiev House to carry out a secret plan. What is known about the night of July 16, 1918, is based primarily on the first-hand testimony of the executioners, conflicting accounts clouded by emotion. With the sound of cannon fire signaling the approach of the Tsar's army, the commandant of the guards, Yakov Yurovsky, orders the Tsar and his family down into the cellar of Ipatiev House. He tells the family that this is for their own safety. Nicholas is joined there by his 13-year-old son, Alexei, his wife, Alexandra, and their 4 daughters, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, and Anastasia, along with the family doctor and 3 servants. Yurovsky arranges his prisoners in a row, explaining that it is necessary to take a group photograph. The family soon realizes that this is a lie.
Then the door opened and in came the death squad. So that was a moment of confusion. Who are these people? Why are all these guys coming in?
Yurovsky reads aloud a brief and utterly shocking statement.
He said, your relatives have tried to save you. They're still trying to save you. And we can't have that, so we have to kill you. And I don't think Nicholas took that in. He wasn't expecting it. He said, what? You know, what did you say? And Yurovsky pulled out his gun and shot Nicholas point blank.
first wave of the attack, the room fills with smoke. The guards stagger out to catch their breath, many of them sickened by the carnage.
The execution of the Tsar's family presented a horrifying and ugly sight. After the first shots, people started running around the room. Some were executed right away, some not.
Yurovsky called them back in to finish the job. And they just opened fire again, started shooting, and 2 of the girls were shot in the head as they clutched each other. Alexei was sitting in his chair, not knowing what was going on, and someone came over and shot him.
The executioners hope the story of the Romanovs will end here. Instead, it is just the beginning. Within hours, stories of the murders are circulating in the streets of Ekaterinburg. There are rumors that one or more of the family may have survived the murders, escaping with the help of guards. The Central Soviet, led by Vladimir Lenin, proudly claims responsibility for the Tsar's execution, knowing that the monarchist forces will quickly collapse in the wake of this announcement. But the Soviets deny killing the German-born Tsarina and her children, fearful that their deaths might inflame relations with Germany.
They recognized that the murder of innocent children and women wouldn't set well with the West and would only damage their reputation. And so it was easier for them to simply cover it up, feign ignorance, say they didn't know what happened to the family.
The Soviets stand by their original story for 6 years, claiming responsibility for the Tsar's death, while insisting that the rest of his family is being kept alive in a secret location. But the case becomes an international scandal, outraging monarchists and surviving Romanov family members now living in Europe and the United States. The Romanov family and their supporters defied the Soviet authorities and commissioned an independent inquiry. They choose Nicholas Sokolov, a judicial investigator living in exile in Paris, to lead the project. In 1924, Sokolov's findings blow the case wide open. Nicholas Sokolov's investigation into the death of the Romanov family delivered shocking results. He documents the case fastidiously, interrogating eyewitnesses, including the executioners themselves. He combs the scene of the murders and the alleged burial site. His report exposes gruesome new facts about the ultimate fate of the Tsar and his family. Contrary to Soviet accounts, Sokolov claims that the entire family, including the 4 daughters and the young Tsarevich, had indeed been executed at Ipatiev House, along with the Tsar. And there was more. According to Sokolov, the soldiers stabbed and bludgeoned several of their victims to death, including the daughters of the Tsar, who were protected from the hailstorm of bullets by corsets lined with the family's jewels. Sokolov also learns that Yurovsky had originally planned to hide the bodies from both the monarchist supporters and vandals by dumping them in an abandoned mine shaft deep in the woods outside Yekaterinburg. But this is where Sokolov's investigation offers few answers and raises many more questions. Sokolov scours the site where Yurovsky claims the bodies were dumped, but turns up only scant evidence, which he carries away with him in a single small box. Captain Peter Sarandanaki grew up hearing tales of Sokolov's investigation from his grandmother, who traveled with Sokolov and actually saw the contents of his infamous box.
As a 10-year-old boy, she was telling me the story, and she found the Empress's finger, Dr. Botkin's dentures, bones, and other different items that Sokolov had.
There was also some greasy matter mixed with earth, which Sokolov contended had been congealed fat that had run off the bodies after they were burned.
Sokolov concludes that Yurovsky and his men hacked the bodies to pieces, then burned them with fire and acid until there was nothing left.
And the thing that was shocking about Sokolov's publication was not only that the Empress and her children had died, but that their bodies had been cut up, dissolved, burned, that they had suffered this indignity after death, and that left Europe reeling.
Sokolov returns to Europe with his report and his box of evidence, but receives a chilly reception from members of the Romanov family, including the Tsar's mother.
She refused to receive him. She absolutely, until the day she died, believed that her son had survived.
Sokolov carries his box of evidence with him until his death, but his findings only fuel more speculation about the fate of the royal family. Could their executioners have actually destroyed a half-ton of flesh in the course of a few hours, as Sokolov concluded? Or could members of the family still be alive and someday reclaim the Tsar's fortune and his throne? In 1924, the chief investigator in the Romanov murders searches the woods outside Yekaterinburg for clues. He determines that Soviet executioners had destroyed the bodies, leaving behind only small bits of bone and flesh. Not nearly enough evidence to reconstruct the crime. But could the guards have obliterated 11 bodies, more than a half-ton of bone and flesh in the space of a few hours, barely leaving a trace of their barbaric operation? Many Russians believe not, leading to rampant speculation about the fate of the Romanovs. But of all the possible stories of survival, none capture the public's imagination like those of the legendary princess Anastasia. The Tsar's beautiful youngest daughter was fun-loving and mischievous, a strong-willed tomboy who many believed capable of surviving that dark night at Apatyev House. Why was Anastasia's story the subject of such intense fascination? The answer lies, in part, with the appearance of a mysterious young woman who claims to be the Russian princess. Could she be the real Anastasia? Anna Anderson first appears in the public eye in 1920, a young woman who had attempted suicide by throwing herself off a bridge in Berlin, ending up in a German mental hospital. At first, the young woman's identity is unknown, but with prompting from her nurses, she eventually identifies herself as the Princess Anastasia. She tells stories of life inside the Russian court, including intimate details that bolster her claims. The young woman quickly attracts the notice of the surviving members of the Romanov family, who are now living in exile throughout Western Europe and the United States.
There was such intense curiosity about her and conflict about her because she made enemies very fast by being indiscreet. She talked a lot about family matters to people who were not in the family, and she exposed a lot of hidden things. And people who sort of were opposed to her, they were naturally very suspicious about her.
Some family members believe that the woman, who calls herself Anna Anderson, is simply an imposter. There is good reason to question her motives. A vast fortune is at stake. During their reign, the Romanovs were among the wealthiest families in the world. Their assets dwarfed those of the other European royal families.
The New York Times in the 20s suggested that he was worth $30 billion in 1914 terms. That's an enormous amount. Mind you, it included the gold mines he owned, it included the gold reserves, it included the royal jewels, one royal yacht, 2 royal trains, and palaces in not only St. Petersburg, but also in the Crimea, which is rather handy for a nice warm holiday in the summertime.
All of the Tsar's property and possession inside Russia, including the palaces and estates and the treasures inside, were seized by the Bolsheviks following the Russian Revolution. But it is rumored that Nicholas, anticipating the revolution and his own exile, had moved a sizable portion of his assets abroad.
Tens of millions of pounds, dollars, and French francs in London, Paris, New York. I would put the figure at that time at about at least 100 million.
There is a bitter split among the surviving Romanovs. Many are fanatical in their belief that Anna Anderson is indeed the Princess Anastasia. They welcome her into their homes, both in Europe and the United States. But in 1933, a contingent of German-born relatives asked a Berlin judge to formally declare the Tsar and his immediate family dead. Doing so may clear the way for them to inherit whatever remains of the royal family's estate. Backed by family members loyal to her cause, Anna Anderson initiates a counterclaim.
It wasn't a claim saying, I am Anastasia. It was, I am not dead.
Opponents to Anna's claim present new evidence unearthed by a private detective working for the Romanov family. It suggests she is actually Francesca Szankowska, a Polish factory worker who disappeared around the same time Anna Anderson first appeared in Berlin. Anna Anderson is never able to prove her case in a court of law. She dies in 1984, with the world still wondering, could she be the Princess Anastasia? It would be more than a decade before new evidence emerges that would appear to establish, once and for all, her true identity. In the Cold War Russia of the 1950s and 60s, dissent is forbidden, conformity mandatory. Cultivating the image of a unified superpower has become all-important to the communist regime. Under the heel of the KGB, the Russian people walk in tandem, and anyone who dares to question the official version of the Romanov murders is playing with fire. By the 1970s, the government has long since closed the books on the assassinations, and in 1977 orders the Apatyev House, the sacred site of the Romanov murders, to be demolished. But even after the walls of Apatyev House come crashing down, rumors persist about the killings. Geologist Alexander Avdonian and filmmaker Gyeli Ryabov are amateur historians who feel that too many questions are left unanswered, and too many answers ought to be questioned. In 1978, the two men locate the eldest son of Yakov Yurovsky, the man who was in charge of the Romanov executions 60 years prior. They are stunned when the younger Yurovsky hands them his father's top-secret report on the murders. In the report, Yurovsky claimed that the bodies were not completely destroyed, as previously believed. They were moved. If this is true, where are their bodies now? According to the reports discovered by Alexander Avdonian and Gyeli Ryabov, Yakov Yurovsky had relocated the bodies of the Royal Romanov family on July 19, 1918. He did this after discovering that some of his soldiers had betrayed the secret location of the Romanovs' grave. Yurovsky collected the bodies and set off for another nearby mine. But along the way, his truck broke down.
And at 4 a.m. on the morning of July 19th, the truck wouldn't go any further. So all Yurovsky could do was bury the bodies where the truck had stalled, burning 2 of the bodies on the same spot and burying the other 9 in a common grave.
Yurovsky and his men poured sulfuric acid on the bodies. and covered the shallow tomb with sticks and wooden planks. Before he left, Yurovsky also recorded the precise location of the Romanovs' grave. In the spring of 1979, the two men embark on a secret and risky expedition to find the Romanovs' hidden grave. If they are successful, the entire world will learn the appalling details of the most shameful page in Russian history and of the lies that the Soviets perpetuated to hide the terrible truth. Despite the dangers, Avdonian and Ryabov press forward, and in just a few weeks, they find what they are looking for.
We came at 10 o'clock and started work. We cleared the space from grass and discovered the wooden rails. It seems like this was the right place. There was 6 of us, but I was the one who started digging. I sorted blindly and felt something round, and I took it out, and it was a skull. I became seized with horror because the lower jaw have golden teeth.
There were bullet holes in the skulls, and the amazing thing was that the brain was intact in every one of them. We were terrified. I thought to myself, we curse this country and these people. I don't have human words to define this. And of course we were shocked. We were scared. The responsibility for everything we did was real now. Nobody would have protected us but God.
Avdonian and Ryabov know that if news of their discovery is leaked, they will surely be jailed, or worse. But they have come too far to deny themselves the answers they so desperately want. They remove 3 of the skulls from the grave and quietly seek out the help of a forensic expert. But none are willing. A year later, frustrated and ever more fearful that the KGB will catch wind of their enterprise, the men return the skulls to the grave. They agree to keep their discovery secret until their country is prepared, at long last, to accept the truth. Ten years later, when Mikhail Gorbachev ushers in a new era of glasnost and the Soviet government falls, Ryabov decides that the time is right to reveal the secret of the Romanov grave.
Avdonin continued to fear revenge, and so did I. But I understood that if we did not reveal these circumstances to the whole world, the grave might disappear.
The whole world is buzzing with news of their discovery. Shortly after Boris Yeltsin takes office in 1991, he dispatches a team of archaeologists to exhume the skeletal remains that are believed to be the royal family. At a nearby laboratory, hundreds of bones are laid out and examined, only to reveal even more mysteries. 11 people are thought to have died in the brutal murders, but only 9 skeletons were unearthed.
They expected to find everyone there, and after several days' worth of work, when they found that they only had 9 bodies, suddenly the door was open for the possibility of survival. And suddenly, once again, the thought that Anastasia may have survived was worldwide news.
The task of identifying the skeletons falls to Russian forensic anthropologist Sergei Abramov. Abramov uses a unique computer program that can identify skulls by matching them to photographs of faces.
If we superimpose the image of the skull in the same scale and the position as the image of the face, we can get correspondence between the face and the skull if this skull derives from this face.
Abramov painstakingly reconstructs the skulls recovered in Ekaterinburg and compares them to dozens of historical photographs of the Romanovs.
Based on the result of our investigation, we determined that the group of people in that grave was exactly the group that was assumed to be there. Tsar, Tsarina, and 3 daughters, Olga, Anastasia, and Tatiana. Maria and Tsarevich Alexei were not in the grave.
Abramov's findings dashed the dreams of many who hoped that it was Princess Anastasia, not her sister Marie, who is the missing female skeleton. Instead, it seems that Anastasia was one of the shattered bodies found in the grave. But weeks later, an American team begins a second inquiry and questions the precision of Abramov's technique. The American team, unconvinced that the skulls have been reliably reconstructed, takes a different approach to identification. They scrutinize the condition of the skulls, ribs, and teeth.
When examining a skeleton, any skeleton, what a forensic anthropologist will do is look for signs of age. There is a process of ossification, basically cartilage turning into bone as we age. That process can be related to the chronological age of the individual.
The American team makes a startling contradiction to one of the key results of the Russian investigation. According to the Americans, none of the victims recovered in Ekaterinburg could possibly be 17 years old, the age at which Anastasia disappeared. The Americans believe it is Anastasia, not Marie, who remains missing. Despite the evidence presented by the American team that believes Anastasia is the missing Romanov daughter, the Russians hold fast to their position that it is Marie who is lost. The investigation reaches a deadlock, with the two teams in complete opposition over the identity of the missing daughter. Once again, it seems that no one, even the world's most eminent forensic experts, can provide conclusive answers about what happened that terrifying night in 1918. But it wouldn't be long before scientists find new evidence in the battered bones that may finally bring an end to the mystery. Many Russians, accustomed to decades of Soviet misinformation, question the validity of the bones. Some even maintain that they are a KGB ruse, designed to hide the true fate of the Tsar and his family.
The whole fabric of this story is woven into hundreds and hundreds of years of Russian history. What you have is different factions going after each other, lies, allegations, tyranny. People question, people don't accept, and people know that there are other circumstances controlling their fate.
But in 1992, an emerging forensic technology offers renewed hope that the remains can indeed be positively identified. Russian scientists transport fragments from each of the skeletons to England's Forensic Science Service, one of the world's premier criminal science labs at the time. The bones are delivered to Dr. Peter Gill, an expert in the new science of genetic fingerprinting. Dr. Gill must compare the DNA pulled from the skeletons with those of known members of the Romanov family. England's Prince Philip is among several Romanov relatives who agree to contribute genetic samples. If the bones discovered in Ekaterinburg are genuine, their DNA will match. Dr. Gill conducts his analysis using what is known as mitochondrial DNA, which is passed along the maternal bloodline, perfectly intact from one generation to the next.
It's like a little time machine. It is more or less unchanging over the generations. And of course, in the analysis of the Tsar, the Romanov family, this is quite important.
On July 10th, 1993, Dr. Gill announces that Prince Philip's DNA is a near-perfect match to the DNA found in the bones believed to be Tsar Nicholas. The match between DNA from the bones and from living Romanov descendants appears to prove that the bones are the true remains of the Romanovs. In 1994, DNA analysis is used to settle another enduring mystery in the Romanov saga: Anna Anderson's contentious claim that she was the Tsar's youngest daughter, Anastasia. Years after her death, a tissue sample from Anna Anderson's body, saved during an operation, is discovered in a Virginia hospital near where she lived her final years.
If Anna Anderson really was the Duchess Anastasia, then her mitochondrial DNA sequence should be identical to that of Prince Philip.
Gill also obtains a genetic sample from a relative of Francesca Szankowska, the Polish peasant who had disappeared in Germany in early 1920, just when Anna Anderson had first appeared in the public spotlight.
Here the Tsar, Tsarina, and 1, 2, 3, 4.
Gill announces his results to throngs of journalists gathered in London to witness the final chapter in the Anna Anderson saga.
Firstly, the samples said to have come from Anna Anderson could not be associated with a maternal relative of the Tsarina or of His Royal Highness Prince Philip.
Gill's findings confirm that Anna Anderson was not Anastasia. What's more, her DNA is a match to the Polish peasant Francesca Szankowska. The news crushes the hopes of many loyalists who had passionately believed that the DNA analysis would confirm Anna Anderson's identity as the heir to the Romanov title. In the years following the first DNA tests, several scientific teams corroborate Dr. Gill's results. But a number of historians, academics, and even other scientists step up to challenge the findings. At the core of the conflict is whether the bones are a reliable source of evidence.
The first exhumation missed over 800 bones, and they had to go back 3 months later and dig for finger bones and joints and knee bones. So as far as contamination, as far as the chain of custody, as far as the integrity of the evidence, the whole scene was mishandled.
The Russian government must decide how to dispose of the bones found outside Ekaterinburg. Dismissing them as nothing more than historical curiosities, or validating them as the sacred remains of Russia's last ruling family. In 1998, 80 years after the Romanov murders, Boris Yeltsin presides over the burial of the last Tsar, Nicholas II, his wife, and 3 of their 5 children in the cathedral in St. Petersburg, where generations of Romanovs lie interred. It is the government's official acknowledgement that the bones unearthed in Ekaterinburg are indeed the royal remains. Public acceptance of the findings of scientists based on DNA analysis. But doubts still haunt the leadership of the Russian Orthodox Church, which had years earlier canonized the Romanov family. If these bones are to be recognized as the mortal remains of saints, the Church requires unassailable proof. So during the burial service, the Church refuses to name the bodies.
In the same scientific circles, there was a polarized opinion, and the specialists of the same skill level, equally serious and more famous, are saying, no, we refute this opinion. So, we cannot bless and acknowledge these remains, since even in the scientific field, such dichotomy exists.
Alexander Avdonian sometimes visits the spot where he made his earth-shattering discovery, now marked with a modest memorial. Yet in the absence of irrefutable evidence, the Russian Orthodox Church refuses to acknowledge that the bones found here in the woods near Ekaterinburg are those of the Romanovs. Instead, the Church sanctifies a nearby site, the place where Sokolov found fragments of charred bone and flesh in the 1920s. This is where the Church contends the story of the Romanovs ended, and it declares this holy ground a place of pilgrimage.
This is considered their official grave because they were here for so long. And so it is much like in America where we bring flowers. It's on the base of that monument, you will see toys.
Among the first Americans making the pilgrimage to Ekaterinburg is Captain Peter Serendanaki. Now a retired sea captain living in New Jersey, Serendanaki has a personal stake in the story. Serendanaki's great-grandfather was a general in the counter-revolutionary army who had been sent to Ekaterinburg to rescue the Tsar. He and his battalion arrived 7 days too late. 4 generations later, Serendanaki hopes to redeem the family name and ensure that the Tsar and his family are properly identified and buried.
I believe that until we find the remains of Tsarevich Alexis and those of his sister Anastasia or Maria, then the matter will not be resolved. And this is why I'm still searching to this date.
Serendanaki is convinced that Sokolov's box, the box that his grandmother told him contained bones, tissue, and even a severed finger salvaged from the alleged burial site, might hold the missing key to the mystery.
We wanted to be able to do a DNA study on an item of blood there to see whether the DNA matched the found Romanovs.
It takes Serendanaki just 3 phone calls to trace the box to a Russian Orthodox church in Brussels. But his elation quickly turns to despair.
To this date, the church has not allowed us to even view the box or allow scientists to come near it.
Frustrated, Serendanaki establishes a foundation to begin a renewed search for the 2 missing Romanovs. He organizes multiple expeditions of American scientists to Ekaterinburg, hoping to find evidence of the 2 missing bodies here in the woods where the Romanovs' partial remains had been discovered. Dr. Anthony Falsetti is among the team of U.S. experts who recommend a systematic search of the area.
Overall, what they needed to do was get a better handle of those sites by mapping them and then developing a strategy to employ some of the remote sensing methods, ground penetrating radar, electromagnetics, anything that they could do to look under the ground to begin eliminating sites.
Then, in 2007, a breakthrough sends shockwaves around the world. In a forest near Ekaterinburg, 76 yards from the grave that contained the remains of 5 Romanovs, local researchers find shards of bone and nails. Serendanaki is informed of the news. After testing by both Russian and American laboratories, the results are conclusive. They had discovered human remains. And there's more.
On the basis of the expert analysis, it is possible to conclude that parts of skeleton presented for investigation belong to Tsarevich Alexei Nikolaevich and his sister, Princess Maria Nikolaevna Romanova.
The 2 missing Romanov children had been found. But even these findings did not convince everyone and only stoked the fires of a decades-long debate. Doubting the authenticity of the DNA testing, the Russian Orthodox Church canceled the funeral that was scheduled for the remains in 2015 after years of further testing.
They all should be buried. Only after that can we say that the civil war is over in Russia, which is very important for the country. I want to stress that more important than the formal legal procedures is the moral sense, which must emerge and become sharp. We must say to each other, yes, we committed a terrible crime, but we repent and we draw a line under it.
Today, the case remains an open investigation. As the 100th anniversary of the Romanov massacre approaches, it remains unclear if the imperial family will ever be reunited at a final resting place. In the years since the fall of the Soviet Union, a cathedral has been built on the site of the Ipatiev House. Commemorating the Tsar and his family, the Cathedral on Blood has become the hub of a growing tourism industry in Ekaterinburg, a sign of the renewed vitality and power of the Russian Orthodox Church in the post-Soviet era. The crowds here are also evidence of a growing nostalgia for the Tsarist era, a time when Russia was one of the world's greatest powers, and the Tsar, one of the world's most powerful and illustrious leaders. Even today, almost a century after the Romanovs' alleged murders, many Russians do not believe that the Tsar and his family are buried in St. Petersburg. For them, the Romanov murders remain an open case. The night of July 16th, the object of intense fascination, inspiring fantasies of what might have been. If the Tsar's army had arrived here in Ekaterinburg just a few days earlier and saved the family from their brutal fate. If the murders had never happened, or if members of the family survived and the Romanovs had regained control of the government, bringing a quick end to the reign of communism. On the night of July 16, 1918, 11 lives hung in the balance here in this dimly lit cellar, and with them, the fate of a nation. It is the farthest anyone has ever gone. Yet humankind's greatest adventure was also its riskiest.
Anything could happen. A better question is, what couldn't have gone wrong?
On every Apollo mission, failure loomed.
Yeah, we were that close to disaster.
Unforeseen problems very nearly spawned tragedy.
I don't know what happened here. We had everything in the world dropped out.
More warning lights came on than I'd ever seen in training for any failure ever.
Only now are we uncovering the gutsy, grave, and little-known secrets of the Apollo moon landings. The Apollo missions were never meant to be mind-altering voyages of exploration. By the spring of 1961, the Soviet Union had launched the world's first satellite and put the first man, Yuri Gagarin, in space. America's new president, John Kennedy, was looking for a way to reverse the tide.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
There was a lot of pressure to demonstrate American technological supremacy by landing on the moon. The American taxpayers, the farmers in Iowa, they wanted America to win, to beat, those Soviets, those dirty commies.
Few Americans questioned the wisdom or the danger of racing to the moon in just 9 years, as Kennedy proposed.
You buy into these things if you're going to be an astronaut. If you can't buy into these, you shouldn't be an astronaut.
And at no time were the dangers greater than at the program's start. The full details of which we are still learning today. January 1967. 3 years before Kennedy's deadline, NASA is woefully behind schedule. All over the country, 400,000 people are struggling to ready the vehicles that will take 3 men to the moon. They're like nothing ever flown before. The giant rocket needed to boost the astronaut spaceship from Earth orbit, the world's largest. The spaceship itself, the command and service module, and the most difficult challenge, the lunar module, meant to ferry the astronauts from their mothership to the moon. As delays mount, the pressure intensifies.
We had problems in many areas. It was a 7-day, 12-hour-a-day a week at best, and at worst, we'd go 12, 14, 16 hours a day just to get the job done.
I think we got ourselves in a mode where we were running too fast.
Still, no one foresees the tragedy that is about to unfold. The first Apollo mission will be a shakedown flight of the astronauts' mothership, the command module. The mission leader is Gus Grissom, the second American ever to fly in space. But when Grissom examines his spacecraft, he's dismayed. His fellow astronaut, John Young, urges him to complain about the shoddy wiring.
You could see these big wire bundles, and they were all looped around everywhere. I said, Gus, you ought to tell them about this wiring. It's really bad. And he says, if I say anything, they'll fire me.
Not even Grissom realizes his life is in danger.
Gus, what do you think your chances are for an Apollo flight? I think they're pretty good. You think you will one day make one of the trips to the moon, then? I'm planning on it.
On January 27th, Grissom joins his Apollo 1 crewmates, Ed White and Roger Chaffee, for a test of the spacecraft. They call it Plugs Out.
The Plugs Out test was the first real test of the Apollo 1 spacecraft. It's using its own power, it's using its own fuel, it's using its own oxygen, and it's operating by itself.
On a launch pad in Cape Canaveral, Florida, the astronauts are sealed inside the ship, which is pumped full of pure oxygen and pressurized just as it would be in space.
I don't think we had a full appreciation of the risk we were taking when we had 15, 16 psi of oxygen inside that spacecraft. I don't think any of us had properly evaluated the dangers.
The test drags on for hours when communication breaks down. While the astronauts wait for workers to fix the radios, disaster strikes. Beneath Grissom's seat, a frayed wire sparks and quickly bursts into flame in the highly pressurized oxygen.
Something I'll never forget, obviously, is at 6:31 p.m. Friday night. I remember it very well. We heard fire in the spacecraft, and of course you're shocked. Then you look at the camera monitors, and you can see the flames.
We heard this fire. We've got a fire in here. Then all of a sudden, it exploded.
The blast repels the first to the rescue. When others race in to free the astronauts, they too are forced back by toxic smoke and blazing heat.
The only way was to get on our knees and crawl under the smoke, get a good gulp of air, and hold her, just hold it and go in and work a little bit. Somebody that's come in behind you do the same thing.
The hatch is so heavy and cumbersome, it takes more than 4 minutes to open it. They're too late.
All we could hear was the sounds of the metal cooling, cracking, popping. We knew that we had lost our team.
America's first 3 Apollo astronauts were trapped and killed by a flash fire that swept their moonship early tonight during...
Once that fire got started, it was unstoppable. And of course, once the astronauts' air hoses burned through, they were asphyxiated.
The 3 men are honored as fallen warriors. But a crushed Apollo team gives no thought to halting the race to the moon.
And I was going to be the flight director on that first flight. And I was in the control center when the fire happened. It was a horrible experience. Very horrible experience. We all became very different people subsequent to that occurrence.
Gus and Roger and Ed made a great sacrifice, but if we hadn't had the fire, we wouldn't have got to the moon, because that's the only thing that fixed it.
Not only will NASA continue the moon race, it vows to stick to Kennedy's end-of-decade deadline. In just 17 months, it rebuilds the Apollo spacecraft from the ground up, with a hatch that can pop off in 3 seconds. And even before the new ship takes flight, NASA makes a startling announcement. Before 1968 is out, a 3-man Apollo team will become the first to leave Earth for the moon.
We have concluded that we are now ready to fly the most advanced mission for our Apollo 8 launch in December.
Here we are, having had the fire, and the last time we tried to fly, it was a bold step to do anything like that.
The astronauts of Apollo 8 won't attempt a landing, but they will become the first to cross the vast 240,000-mile gulf between planet Earth and its lone satellite. The youngest of the crew and a father of 5, Bill Anders, applies for life insurance just before the mission. He is rejected.
And I decided that our chances of having a fully successful mission, going up and coming back as planned on this first flight, were about 1 chance in 3. That the chances of having a totally disastrous mission, not coming back, were also about 1 chance in 3.
If Apollo 8 succeeds, the U.S. will overtake the Soviets in the space race. But it's a huge gamble on the lives of 3 more men. December 1968. The crew of Apollo 8, Jim Lovell, Frank Borman, and Bill Anders, braces for the most dangerous mission yet undertaken in space. Not only will Apollo 8 be man's first mission to the moon, it will have far less backup than NASA ever intended. The lunar module, the craft Apollo's astronauts will use to land on the moon, is still under construction. Apollo 8 will fly without it.
The plan had always been we're going to have both the command module and the lunar module, and that way, if there's a problem, we'll have a whole other extra spacecraft along to back us up.
Without the lunar module's second engine, Apollo 8 must rely for its safe return on the lone engine of its main spacecraft. And that's not the only risk these 3 men are facing. They're about to become the first to ride the largest and most powerful rocket ever built, the Saturn V.
We're talking about a rocket that has as much chemical energy as a small nuclear bomb. You don't take the decision to put people on top of that thing lightly.
At 363 feet, the Saturn V is taller than the Statue of Liberty. It has 3 million parts and holds nearly 1 million gallons of fuel.
Anything could happen.
55 seconds and counting.
But one rocket motor could explode. You could have had a fan motor go out, tear everything up.
20 seconds and counting.
A better question is, what couldn't have gone wrong?
T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal.
The Saturn's engines need 7 seconds to build the enormous thrust necessary for liftoff. 7.5 million pounds. Liftoff demands split-second precision. The 9 arms must all release within 50 milliseconds, or the rocket will fall into the launch tower and explode. At Mission Control, the flight director holds his breath, ready to call an abort if the rocket goes astray.
A loss of thrust at that time requires instant reaction. That is sweaty palms time for me.
On board, the astronauts soon learn that if one spots trouble, he has little hope of alerting the others.
The noise was terrific. If we'd had to abort, we really couldn't. I mean, I could not communicate that to Frank Borman, the commander. It was violent, sideways, shaking. I felt like a rat in the jaws of a terrier.
If you can envision a 360-foot long limber fishing pole and some big guy's wiggling it down on this end and you're out on the other end going like this. And that's what Saturn felt like.
On December 21st, 1968, the first men to ride the mighty Saturn are relieved to see it perform flawlessly.
Apollo 8, you're looking good. Roger.
66 hours later, Apollo 8 swings around the moon's leading edge and enters lunar orbit.
Apollo 8, this is Houston. Roger. I wanted to hear your voice.
Reminded me of when I was a kid down in San Diego, going out to La Jolla Shores Beach, that it looked like dirty beach sand. Got a lot of mail from the poets who thought I could come up with something better. But that's what it looked like.
See, I think the best way to describe this area is a vastness of black and white. Absolutely no color. A vast, lonely, or expanse of nothing.
Yet the sight that thrills the astronauts most is not 70 miles below, but 250,000 miles in the distance.
We were coming around the line of lunar sunrise, and we're all amazed to see the Earth pop up. There was a scramble for cameras.
Although his crewmates have disputed it, Bill Anders claims credit for capturing the image called Earthrise that has become one of the world's best known.
After all of the preparation, after the split-second planning of everything on the mission, the big surprise waiting for them at the other end is not about the moon. It's about seeing our home planet as a very tiny, very precious oasis of life and color in the blackness of space.
I think I must have the feeling that the travelers in the old sailing ships used to have. Apollo 8 Houston, Roger. Got any more information on those rigs?
Anders, Borman, and Lovell spend 20 hours in lunar orbit. Then, as their final rotation takes them behind the moon, the time comes for the crucial step that determines if they make it home.
Apollo 8, this is Houston. All systems are go. Over.
Their single engine must fire.
Roger, thank you, Houston. Apollo 8.
And it must fire precisely. If it conks out early, they will swing wide and miss the Earth. If it won't fire at all, they cannot escape the moon's gravity and will be stuck there forever.
You become a permanent monument, orbiting monument to technological failure going around the moon.
With the spacecraft out of range on the moon's far side, engineers in Houston are in the dark. They know the exact time they should hear from the ship.
We were watching those clocks. I mean, like a hawk.
If they hear nothing, they'll know the engine has failed.
Boy, that clock hit 0.
Apollo 8, Houston. Houston, Apollo 8, over.
And we heard from the spacecraft.
Roger. Please be informed there is a Santa Claus. Hello, Apollo 8. You're the best ones to know.
Apollo 8 is a complete success, and it catapults the U.S. to the lead in the space race for the first time. But NASA still has to meet its most difficult challenge: a lunar landing. Few know today that just to train for the venture nearly cost one astronaut his life. To prepare to fly in a world with no air and just 1/6 the gravity of Earth, the astronauts climb into this contraption, dubbed the Flying Bedstead. A jet engine pointed at the ground balances the bedstead as if it's in lunar gravity. And it is just as dangerous. In May 1968, Neil Armstrong readies for a flight. Bill Anders had flown earlier that day.
Unbeknownst to Neil or I, it had a fuel level sensor that had gone out of whack, and he was making a landing, and he ran out of attitude control fuel.
Without the vital fluid, the bedstead goes berserk.
The thing flew around like a ruptured balloon, and just as it was going to hit the ground, it kind of went straight up, and he ejected.
Had Armstrong delayed just a second longer, few would know his name today.
He did make it down safely. The only injury he said he had was he bit his tongue when he hit the ground.
But on the airless moon, parachutes will be useless. "8 months later, NASA announces the crew for the historic mission. Neil Armstrong, together with Buzz Aldrin, will be the first humans ever to try to land on the moon. A challenge that will not only test their piloting skills, but also their partnership. July 1969. The eyes of the world turn to Cape Canaveral, Florida. The 3 astronauts of Apollo 11 are in their last days of preparation for man's first attempt to visit the moon. Behind the scenes, tension has divided the crew.
They had less than 7 months to train for the most ambitious space mission in history. So it's no surprise that strain got to them.
While Michael Collins practices separately to fly the command module, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin train side by side for the landing and moonwalk. Unresolved between them is the sensitive question of who will be first on the moon.
The training guys couldn't make a firm decision one way or another, so I went to Neil and I said, we need a decision on this. Now, was I striving to be the first guy out? No.
Apollo managers, including Chris Kraft, make the difficult decision.
There was no question in our mind that the man that went out on the lunar surface the first time was going to be the Lindbergh, the Charles Lindbergh of his time. Not that we said we don't want Aldrin. That isn't the way we made the decision. We made the decision on what we thought was best for the country.
It's unanimous. The quiet, confident commander, Neil Armstrong, will be the first on the moon.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. You are confirmed to go for orbit.
On July 19th, 1969, Apollo 11 enters lunar orbit.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. All your systems are looking good. Roger, we're about to open the hatch now. Right.
Connected to the mothership, accessible through a tunnel, is the lunar module, known as Eagle.
Hello, Eagle, Houston. We're standing by, over.
On July 20th, Armstrong and Aldrin seal themselves inside Eagle.
Roger, Eagle, done, got. Roger, how does it look? Eagle has wings. Roger.
The astronauts will try to bring Eagle down on an area of the moon called the Sea of Tranquility. They have just 12 minutes before they run out of fuel. Just one chance to land where none have gone before.
This is a CBS News special report. Man on the Moon.
Back on Earth, 600 million people tune in to live coverage. The first time the world can witness a mission of exploration as it happens. Walter Cronkite describes the descent as nearly flawless.
Orbit, which will take it down to the moon's surface.
But 240,000 miles away, an unseen drama unfolds.
Good signal strength and flew. Into the ag, 47 degrees. Roger. Eagle, we got you now. It's looking good, over.
Trouble begins just 3 minutes into the flight. Armstrong sees that the autopilot is taking them past their landing site. An ominous prospect amid the deep craters of the moon.
Neil doesn't usually say something unless he really means it. He said, I think we're going to be a little long. I was amazed that he could just tell from looking that we were going to be a little long.
But soon, the astronauts are distracted by another problem, an alarm.
1202. 1202.
The computer that flies the spacecraft has stopped performing some crucial tasks.
During the critical landing phase, you want to know what altitude rate, and what is your velocity. Well, when the computer has program alarm, it blanks out all of those.
If the alarm continues, the computer will stall completely.
Same alarm, and it appears to come up when we have a 1668.
The news takes a second and a half to reach Eugene Kranz's team in Mission Control.
Roger, copy. 1202. Yeah, 1202, we copy it. Give us a reading on the 1202 program alarm.
Without an answer soon, the astronauts will have to abort and try to link back up with the command module. It falls to Jack Garman, a 24-year-old computer expert in a back room at Mission Control, to diagnose the problem.
When something like this happens, you're looking for other cues, something else to go wrong, and nothing was going wrong.
The computer is overloaded, but it is still flying the spacecraft.
I looked down at my little checklist of all these possible alarm codes and concluded quickly it was one of these that if it didn't happen over and over and over, things would be okay, and that was the call I gave.
On Garman's advice, the astronauts get the order to continue.
Roger, we got you. We're going at alarm. Same time, we're go, flight. We're go.
But when Armstrong turns his attention back to the moon, a new danger looms.
Pretty rocky area. Roger.
Apollo 11 is on a path to destruction.
Armstrong looks out the window at the spot where the computer is taking them, and lo and behold, it is in the middle of a crater the size of a football field that is strewn with boulders.
50 feet down at 4.
Neil Armstrong takes control of the spacecraft.
Pretty rocky area.
Neil, he sort of leveled off and was scooting across the surface at 300 or 400 feet, and we were just watching the fuel go down.
Armstrong's heart rate spikes to 150 beats per minute. He must land soon, or he will run out of fuel.
We got to 100 feet and it called out 60 seconds.
60 seconds.
And a light comes on,
Lights on.
indicating that you have 60 seconds of fuel. That's not a whole lot at 100 feet. Whatever concern I had, I wasn't about to add to the anxiety of the guy on my left.
On the far side of an 80-foot crater, amid boulders as big as cars, Armstrong sees a level spot.
Looks like a good area ahead. I got this shadow up there. Back light. Okay, engine stop. Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
We were all so excited, I couldn't even pronounce tranquility. It came out twanquility.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
I looked at him and my arm just went up to pat him on the shoulder, and we clearly had a smile of a satisfaction, to be mild about it. Satisfaction. Hell, we just done the impossible.
Seven hours later, at 10 p.m. Houston time, the worldwide audience witnesses an amazing sight.
Are you getting a TV picture now, Houston? Neil, yes, we are getting a TV picture. Okay, ready for me to come out? All set. I'm going to step off the limb now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. That is one small
37-year-old Neil Armstrong and 38-year-old Buzz Aldrin become the first humans to set foot on another world.
Beautiful view. Isn't that something? Magnificent sight out here. Magnificent desolation.
But NASA's mission is only half complete. It has put men on the moon. Now it has to get them home. Armstrong and Aldrin's safe return relies on the single engine of their lunar module to get them off the moon. But after hours exposed to the sun's heat and radiation, there's no guarantee the engine will fire. If it doesn't, the two astronauts are stuck, a nightmare that has haunted them since long before liftoff.
What will your plans be in the extremely unlikely event that the lunar module does not come up off the lunar surface?
Well, it's an unpleasant thing to think about. We've chosen not to think about that up to the present time.
NASA even warns the White House to prepare for a disaster. Aides draft a eulogy for President Richard Nixon to deliver in case the astronauts are left to die on the moon.
These brave men, Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin, know that there is no hope for their recovery, but they also know that there is hope for mankind in their sacrifice.
Orbiting above, Michael Collins would watch helplessly. Without landing gear, he cannot mount a rescue.
We'd be working until our oxygen ran out, and when the oxygen runs out, you're just gonna pass out, go to sleep, and that's it.
Tranquility Base, Houston. Roger, go ahead.
To add to the tension, the astronauts discover a switch for arming the engine is broken. They must find a way to fix it.
Roger, understand. We're number 1 on the runway. Roger.
The answer? Aldrin jams a pen into the console.
Gas and engine is armed. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Roger, ignition.
In 4 minutes, the astronauts are 30,000 feet above the moon.
Looking good to us. Roger.
Within a few hours, they are safe inside the command module.
We had the biggest splashdown party that you have ever seen. The party went from motel to hotel to up street into everywhere.
The race to the moon is won. Armstrong, Collins, and Aldrin enjoy a goodwill tour around the world. Even the Soviets send congratulations, although they also deny ever joining a space race. But the euphoria fades quickly. It's not long before Americans are treating Apollo's successes as routine, and most forget the perils of venturing to the moon. They are about to get a jolting reminder. November 14, 1969. Apollo 12 stands on the launch pad. With Pete Conrad and Richard Gordon, Alan Bean is about to make his first space flight.
And about 3 minutes prior to go, Pete reached out his hand like this, you know, and Dick put his on there and I put mine. We looked at each other, we didn't say anything. We really wanted to do a good job. We wanted Apollo 12 to be a great mission.
Ignition sequence start. 6,
It pours rain.
5, 4, 3.
But Apollo 12 lifts off exactly on schedule.
None of us knew that launching into rain was a big deal. Nobody had thought about this, strangely enough.
Pete Conrad reports that your program is in.
For 30 seconds, the ride is uneventful.
This baby is really going.
And all of a sudden you saw a shock of light.
Cameras on the launch pad capture the amazing event.
This humongous vehicle generates its own bolt of lightning. The lightning came from the vehicle down to the pad, and I can see it right now.
The force of the giant Saturn hurtling into the rain-soaked clouds creates a massive electric current that follows the rocket's exhaust into the ground.
I don't know what happened here. We had everything in the world drop out.
They lost everything, computers, gyros, everything in the spacecraft.
We didn't know what it was. All of a sudden, all these lights come on. I mean, we'd never seen anything even close to it. We didn't have the slightest idea what to do.
With a 6 million-pound rocket at its tail, Apollo 12 is racing toward space at over 1,000 miles an hour. And its crew is literally flying blind.
Fuel node 1 and 2, main bus A and B out.
Engineers in Houston are just as shocked to see their computers go haywire.
Everything went squirrely. Absolutely squirrely. And all the lights came on. And it all happened instantly.
But John Aaron has an idea.
I realized that this massive light pattern that came on wasn't just random. There was actually a pattern to it that I recognized. The primary power source had been kicked offline.
The astronauts reboot the fuel cells. In seconds, the spacecraft is up and running again.
Okay, we're all organized again, Jack. We've had a couple of cardiac arrests down here too, Pete.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, it's a first-class ride, Houston.
You gotta go orbit. You're looking good.
Man, oh man. Wasn't that a sketch I ever gave us?
4 days later, Pete Conrad steps onto the lunar surface.
Man, that may have been a small one for Neil, but that's a long one for me. Take your time.
In the end, the lightning strike does little damage to Apollo 12. On November 24th, 1969, it splashes down safely in the Pacific. But more misfortune awaits Apollo's astronauts. Just 4.5 months later, 3 more men find themselves staring down death in outer space. April 13th, 1970. 2 days after launch, America's third mission to the moon is speeding through space at 5,000 feet per second. While the Apollo 13 crew is performing routine maintenance, an electric short inside an oxygen tank triggers a massive explosion and brings on the words that would become legendary.
Houston, we've had a problem.
Stand by, 13. We're looking at it.
Astronaut Fred Hayes' first thoughts are not about survival, but the unique opportunity he's just lost.
Very quickly, when I realized we had lost one oxygen tank, I knew we had lost the landing. And the biggest feeling I had was sick, just a sick feeling in my stomach. I knew we had failed, and all the work done was for naught.
But soon, Hayes and his shipmates, Jim Lovell and Jack Swigert, realize the situation is far more grave.
So we are venting something.
They spot precious oxygen pouring from their ship.
The gas of some sort.
The astronauts don't just need oxygen to breathe. They use it in fuel cells to power their spacecraft. Without it, their ship is dead. Engineers face a stark choice.
The thing that I wanted to do ASAP was fire that damn engine. If we had been able to do that, we could have turned around and had him landed in about 15 hours.
But flight director Eugene Kranz can't bring himself to try it.
The problem occurred back in the area of the big engine. I just did not trust it. I had a gut feeling that says, don't use it.
Kranz opts to keep the astronauts headed further into space, all the way to the moon. If it works, the moon's gravity will capture the ship and slingshot it back toward home. It's a risky plan, and the lives of 3 astronauts depend on it. As billions around the world follow Apollo 13's ill-fated journey to the moon, Lovell, Swigert, and Hayes abandon their dying mothership. They seek refuge in the delicate lunar module, using its small engine to keep themselves on course.
The LEM was our only lifeline. It was all that was left.
On April 17, 1970, 4 days after the explosion, Apollo 13 has just enough power to return to Earth.
Odyssey, Houston, we show you on the mains. It really looks great.
At NASA, the mission enters the books as a successful failure. But a follow-up investigation reveals just how narrowly Apollo 13 averted complete disaster. The explosion was easily powerful enough to have ripped the ship in two, had it blasted inward rather than out toward space.
Now that would have been Katie bar the door. It went all over right then. Because they were out of their suits. And they would have lost pressure and been dead shortly.
The saving grace of Apollo 13 is luck. Although Apollo astronauts never again faced such a dire dilemma, danger remains their constant companion. Over 3.5 years, the missions progress from a few tentative steps to 3-day stays. with 2 men living in this hostile land.
Oh, spectacular. Just spectacular.
For the astronauts, any fears are quickly eclipsed by wonder.
This place is just absolutely incredible.
I felt in awe of the beauty of the moon. It was the most serene place that I'd ever experienced.
But the biggest thrill is moving in the moon's 1/6 gravity.
Down here on Earth, with all of my equipment on, I think I weighed like 362 pounds. Well, up on the moon, it was only 60 pounds.
Oh, dadgummit.
Well, it was an experiment I had that weighed 420 earth pounds. Put it all together with one hand, you know, lift it up, walk around. Here I am thinking, this is the best day I've ever had.
Absolutely unreal.
John Young and Charlie Duke reached the moon in April 1972 on Apollo 16.
Man, we are really going up a hill, I'll tell you.
One of 3 missions to include the lunar rover.
Sorry, Charlie. I gotta keep my eye on the driving. That's great.
I did try to run fast a couple of times, and I found like I was a little out of control. John, on the other hand, he had outstanding balance.
Come on out here and give me a salute. Big Navy salute. There we go.
All told, the 6 Apollo missions collect more than 800 pounds of moon rocks that lead to significant scientific breakthroughs. In 2011, 4 NASA legends are awarded the Congressional Gold Medal. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, John Glenn, and Michael Collins.
The Apollo 11 crew is honored to receive the Congressional Gold Medal and accept, on behalf of our fellow Apollo teammates and all those who played a role in expanding human knowledge of the solar system and beyond.
Less than a year later, Neil Armstrong, the first man to walk on the moon, dies at 82.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Like Neil Armstrong's legacy, human fascination with space travel endures. And another Apollo astronaut is leading the charge to reach the next frontier in space.
Hi, I'm Buzz Aldrin, the one that went to the moon. Quite frankly, forget the moon. Why haven't we been to Mars?
Buzz Aldrin has a new mission: get humans to Mars by 2035, 66 years after he and Neil Armstrong walked on the moon.
Mars is our future. Youngsters born in the year 2000 and 2010, they will be the people making the first landings on Mars. And it's those kids that we would like to have enthusiastic about the future.
Whatever the future holds for humans in space, the Apollo missions paved the way.
Apollo 8, you're looking good.
And continue to inspire generations, young and old. After traveling farther than any human before, what is it like to turn around and go home? It's a feeling only those select few who have made the journey can describe.
I think we've seen as much in 10 days as most people see in 10 lifetimes.
We pleaded with Mission Control to let us stay another 2 hours, but they didn't. On the next day, I watched the moon just sort of shrinking down. I can't say I was depressed, but I was disappointed to have left. I had such a good time, and I wish we could have gone back again.
We had been dreaming about this thing for years and training hard and doing everything. And we get to the moon, and in 2 days, 33 hours, we're back in orbit. I mean, it was just too quick. It's just over too quick.
Before he left, Charlie Duke dropped a picture of his family on the surface. On the geologically inert moon, that picture will last for millennia. As will 3 golf balls, dozens of experiments, 3 lunar rovers and the footsteps of 12 brave and lucky men.